It's the hot show, and I don't know how it's gonna go. It's the hot show, and I can't guess what's gonna happen next. So come on and join in. Let's do the hot show. Howdy, and welcome to the Hot Show. I'm your host, Hot the Cat.
Howdy.
I'm here today with Max and Jess Wilder. Jess Wilder, you may know as Luda from previous episodes, but tonight is Jess Wilder. Thanks to anyone who ever sees this in the future or now on our Twitch page or in the future in our YouTube archive. Thanks so much. Welcome. How are you both doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I've had a lovely day.
Oh, that's nice.
I had a lovely day. I might have a friend come join us that I made yesterday.
A friend you made yesterday?
Yeah. I made this friend Wayne, and then their partner Riley might come. Riley's the son of people who own this incredible, majestic tiny house Airbnb that I'm staying at. I'll give you guys a tour later, but
it's a majestic tiny house.
It's like a secret garden. It's covered. There's hedges all along the property. Cool. It's like an acre on the Gulf of Mexico. And then there's like this gorgeous tiny house filled with like all this wood. It's just gorgeous. And the guy who owns it, Carl's this brilliant man who gave me those books that I sent you guys. I brought them so that we can. And he also, I had him look at the tweets, and he gave me some which tweets that he liked that we can go through together.
Great.
And then also further reading that he would recommend based off the tweets. And so his son Riley is here visiting with his partner Wayne. And Wayne and I hung out all day today. We had a wonderful day talking about all sorts of things and things that we're going to talk about tonight. So I invited them. And then I also I don't know, Hot the Cat, just to word you guys, Max, I feel like you should know this. I invited Tinder.
Cool.
Did you see that, Hot the Cat, on Instagram?
No,
what?
I did not.
I've been doing this thing on Tinder where I've been interviewing people about the apocalypse and Utopia as a way to, like, I don't know, like dismantle Tinder, just like use it a different way for fun. And so I'll post questions on my profile that are like, do you believe in the apocalypse? Do you believe in Utopia? If so, when are they happening? And then I've been getting all these like really interesting responses. So I replaced my Tinder profile photos today as photos from the animation. So I'm hoping that somebody from Tinder
Yeah, that'd be great. I would love that.
I thought you invited the company. Like on Twitter. Like, you know how some companies have like a sassy, relatable PR person running their account?
I do think that for anyone watching this in the future or now, we probably should give a little more context to what tonight is going to be like. Because it's pretty different than our usual episodes, which is a lot of, nonsense. This is a different kind of nonsense that we're engaging in tonight. So I guess like the backstory here is that Max texted me this link to a Twitter thread.
Maybe you could put the Twitter thread up on the screen.
That's a good idea. So Max sent it to me with a message saying like, wow, this like really resonated with me. I ended up feeling the same way, that this tweet thread The World After Capital in 64 Tweets by Albert Wenger. I'm guessing how to pronounce that, but Albert Wenger.
Write it down.
And it's, just like to get a quick, like it begins here with the industrial age is 20 plus years past its expiration date, following a long decline that started in the 1970s. That's where it begins. And I read this and thought
that grabbed my attention because that is kind of when the beginning of the kind of capitalism we live under now, from what I've read, started to emerge.
Okay,
like the trickle down economics.
Okay.
Like
Max, before we get into it, I just want to finish like kind of getting the context before we get into the whole conversation.
We're excited.
I know this is why I want to get right into it instead of kind of spending 45 minutes just chatting about nonsense like we usually do. So then I was really excited and thought that Jess would like this as well. And then we thought that this would be an interesting episode of the Hot Show because all of us kind of just started talking about like, yeah, this is really cool, and started pulling out little quotes and stuff and sending them to each other. And really kind of inspiring us to think about what I don't know, for me, I guess, just thinking about like kind of the attention, where I'm putting my attention, and that comes up in the tweets and stuff. But we are going to be discussing this Twitter thread. There are 64 of these. Lot of really interesting, very interesting ideas especially about the future. And so tonight we will be futuring. And I wrote a little song here. I don't know if I feel like maybe I should just kind of get it out of the way, and then we can go straight into all our big discussions. Because I know both of you are very excited to do this. All right, so it goes like this. Futuring, what have you been thinking about? What's round the bend? Oh, futurist, what will exist? Look at that watch there on your wrist, 'cause the minutes are ticking by with another coming fast. And pretty soon that future is gonna be our past. Will it be utopia or a killscape dystopia? Or do I have myopia about what will be? Oh, futuring, are you dreaming about how the future begins? All right, let's get future in.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, I feel like maybe Max, you were already in it there. So like right from the start there.
Yeah, I think that's why I read the Twitter thread, because I have like read a lot of stuff and read a lot of comments and thoughts and talked about things, and I'm definitely interested in the idea of like, well, I mean, the long decline that started in the 1970s, that was when the welfare and the New Deal concepts sort of started to be degraded in American politics.
Mm-hmm.
And when the groundwork was set for the trickle-down economics and stuff like that have been really prevalent. But it wasn't like instant. It was a slow process, but in retrospect, it actually looks really quick. So historically, I think it's pretty fast, but on
right,
it's not.
Right, because what he kind of gets into is that like this decline of the industrial age is similar to the decline of past ages, like the forager age or the agrarian age, when we were focused on agriculture. And so like those things were much larger things, but like the 1970s, that is very recent, like in terms of like, and a very quick transition of and I guess technology to some extent, you know.
Yeah, because that's when computers were first starting to be.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's right before computers were starting to. That's like 10 years before the personal computer, but that's when computation was starting to rise. It's also when environmentalism was first starting to like come, and I think that manufacturing and the industrial age was starting to show the mass pollution that it was causing and how that would. It's like a really interesting time in history for him to like nail down as the beginning of the fall. I agree.
Yeah, and I think you do make a good point about the computing, because I think in essence that is sort of what he's identifying as the way forward into the future is digital technology, because it's so markedly different than the technologies that we've had in the past. It is, when there's a tweet in here that it is not number 4 here. The failure to enact radical changes is based on vastly underestimating the importance of digital technology, which is not simply another set of industrial age machines.
Yeah. And the reason it's not is because it changes what people can do. And like enables us to do things beyond the industrial age. And I think the biggest point is that every age is based on different scarcities. Like the first age was when people were hunters and gatherers, and
he said that. If you scroll up a little bit,
scroll up.
He says marginal cost, which is what you're about to talk about. Sorry, Max. Number 6.
Yeah. So the first stage was hunters and gatherers, and their limitation was based on being able to get enough food, I think. And then agriculture changed it so that people could get a surplus of food and store it, and it changed society because then some people would, have more food, and then like the limit wasn't about how much food you could find, but how much food you could grow.
Well, yeah, here's number 14 here. The technological breakthroughs shift the binding constraint. For foraging tribes, it was food. For agrarian societies, it was arable land. So it's the amount of land that you could have that could produce food. And then industrial countries were constrained by how much physical capital, machines, factories, railroads, etc., that they could produce. Which goes right into, I think, my favorite point of this whole thing, which is today humanity is no longer constrained by capital, but by attention.
And I think that is a really interesting point, because I think that concept has come up a lot with like propaganda and social networks and stuff. And it is an issue that I've seen brought up, but I never really saw it brought up as like the key issue of our time. But in a lot of ways, I think it really is. And I think that's one of the reasons why I've always been kind of interested in the power of media and art, because it can help capture and even guide people's attention. Because it's not always really accessible for people to read a book. Sometimes people learn better in other ways, or they don't really want to learn something. But we're always learning things, even when we're not trying to learn. And I think that's really important too.
Yeah, and I think that, like, I mean, him calling out specifically like the climate crisis and
Right.
like what we are talking about. But I think that, like, as far as like propaganda and social media, I'm also really intrigued by like television and like streaming networks and like what are we all watching all the time. So I normally I've been trying to cut down on television myself because of the whole like what am I paying attention to, and I've noticed that if I'm watching a certain amount of television I get like really depressed, and it's often because like these TV shows are just like really heavy and dark, like the subject matters are like always really depressing. They're always like about trauma, or they're always about the apocalypse, or they're always about some like crime or like whatever. They're just like really rough. And so when I do watch television, I'll go to Netflix and I'll watch like the number 1 show or the number 2 show in the nation, because I'm so interested. Because then I'll like go to a grocery store and I'll like walk around the grocery store and be like, we've all just watched whatever show, and it's like just thinking about like how is that affecting us, like that, because our attention, if we've all been like binge watching whatever, it's like Love is Blind, or that TV show Made. When Made came out, it's like about abuse and trauma and abusive relationships. And then the number 2 show was like Squid Games, which is like, I didn't watch that one, but that one is like about like the capitalism and the apocalypse and horrible things. And so it's like when you're walking around a grocery store, you're like, we've all been watching this fucked up shit that has to be fucking with our heads, like, because that's what our attention's been on, and like that's why shifting your attention.
That's a really interesting perspective, because personally I think it's good that people are paying attention to shows that are like talking about issues, but a lot of the time I feel like I don't really watch those shows. I guess maybe because I feel more interested in digesting that information in a less visceral way, but also because I feel like I engage with that so much. I don't really watch dramas. I only watch comedies, and for the past few months I've only been watching Bob's Burgers.
But it's so hard to find comedies. I love Bob's Burgers, but if you go, I feel like it's so hard to find comedies on. They just don't make them as much as they make all the dark shit.
There was a really interesting thing. I was on a Discord page where people were talking about what their favorite comedies were in the past 10 years, and like it's like Planet Scum, which is like a comedy network, and it's the Discord for that. And so these people are people who know comedy stuff, like they're comedy nerd people, and they came to the conclusion that like the past 10 years there has been like a relative like lack of comedies compared to decades before, which is
you're talking about Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers. Yeah.
I mean, they were talking about specifically movies.
But it's
that kind of has a lot to do with the fact that our movie landscape is dominated by superhero movies.
It's dominated by what?
Superhero movies. Like to an extreme, I think.
They do have a lot of superhero movies.
There are a lot.
And I think superhero movies often they talk a lot about evil, and they also talk about negative futures too, which is another thing. I think that we as a culture talk about a lot of negative futures.
Well, it's really interesting actually, because like this like there is like this whole built up thing with the Marvel movies, where it was fairly light to begin with. I mean, like some of it like was addressing things that were kind of serious, like the first Iron Man movie hit on some things that were like more serious, but also like at the time kind of important to like put out there. Like oh yeah, the weapons being made by this American weapon manufacturer are ending up in the wrong hands in the Middle East. Like that was something that was brought more to light through that movie. But like generally those earlier movies were pretty light. Like they were kind of fun. But by the end of that like 20 movie like sequence, like it got to this thing that was a collective trauma that people experience. And it's interesting that now they're addressing that collective trauma that happened in their universe. But
I
like
find that very interesting.
like at the same time, yeah, it's not just like a fun romp anymore. Like just like it's not like just a kind of silly movie. Like it's serious and like it feels really connected to the sort of collective trauma that we have all been experiencing.
So there was a collective
Yeah.
trauma in the Marvel universe, is what
There
you're saying?
was, yeah. People,
Yeah, I've read that a lot of. Well, I mean, I haven't really. I've seen one of the Marvel movies, but I read or something, especially around when WandaVision came out, like how a lot of them are really focused on trauma, and I think that's good. So I
it is
think
good.
really interesting because, like, on one hand, Jess, you make a good point that when we like kind of like ingest tons of like dark media, it does have a negative effect on our mood. And also, I think this is the main reason I even sent this to Dan was that this thread gave me a kind of like inspiration of like what a positive future could look like, and I've been thinking a lot about that because I think that our society has been obsessed with dystopia for a long time.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I think that it's made it really hard for us to even think that it's possible to have a better future, which means we're not really working for it. It's really hard to work for a better future if you don't even have any idea what it could look like.
so two things. One, I was thinking about this idea of dystopia and like having this, future, and I was thinking about sci-fi and how um, so much sci-fi from the 1950s uh, was really positive.
Right.
It showed futures that was really positive. Like so much of the Isaac Asimov stuff. Yeah, there were weird things that like kind of crazy things, but generally it was a stable society with weird little moments of robots going weird, and that was like the conflict was small in a generally positive
Ooh, I want to
society.
know. I want to
And then like
read 1950s sci-fi now.
there's a really big switch that happened. Um,
Was it around the 70s when the industrial?
yeah, I mean it kind of was
When-
like it was like the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Like a shift, really big shift started to happen, and like one of the big names that kind of like came out of that was like Philip K. Dick. Like he painted a lot of really dystopian things, also really prescient things, like where he was like kind of like right on with some of his stuff.
Oh,
and
they're
some of it-
warnings.
I
Yeah.
think that artists like that were trying to warn people of what could happen if we allowed it to happen.
Yeah,
But the
I
thing
mean,
that sucks is it never actually stopped those things from happening.
right.
Like people never took it seriously enough. It almost seems like more it gave people, like bad people, ideas.
Well, I
Well-
don't know if it's necessarily that, but before we like get too far, I want to get to my second idea that was from what you said, Max, and the reason that I sent this to Jess is exactly what you're talking about, like the idea of we don't have a positive way of looking at the future because Jess told me about this idea of future history one time. Is that I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
come sit down.
the exact term, But
It's sprinkling a little bit. We can move. Sorry, my friend Wayne is coming.
oh, cool, great. But this idea of like future history. Hi,
Hello.
Wayne.
Why?
Heyo.
How's it going?
Pretty good. I like your horns.
Cat ears, but
Oh.
I understand the confusion. Yeah, I was just we were talking about this idea of that we don't have a clear like idea of a future. Like our culture is really obsessed with dystopia, and the reason that I sent this to Jess, this like Twitter thread to Jess in the first place, was that Jess told me about this idea of future history, and how the Romans, when their culture was declining, didn't have any stories depicting a positive future.
It's like all apocalyptic stories. Yeah.
It was all apocalyptic stories. And it was like the people of Rome couldn't even imagine a positive outcome from their society. And
I could see that being a contributor to a society's decline.
right. I mean, like, and
So yeah, also Britain and France too. Before those civilizations
Great.
failed, they were telling apocalyptic stories. And I was talking about it with Carl, the guy I was telling you earlier, and he just gave me this book, Political Realism. Political realism in apocalyptic times, and it talks about how like Machiavelli and like came up in like an apocalyptic, like when shit was like failing in his civilization, and all these different political writers who really define a lot of the ways that we work in America, or inspired a lot of the ways in which we worked, came in like apocalyptic times. So when we're telling these apocalyptic stories, then that's like what we're living out, because we have like no hope or agency for the future. And so we were actually, Wayne and I were talking about this earlier today too, because my one of my favorite inspirations is the Toonberry Convector, which is by Ray Bradbury. It's a short story where he sorry, this is going to be old news for you because we talked about it already, but in the Toonberry Convector, there's there's this guy, and like he looks around the world around him, and like everything's going to shit. It looks like what we're living in right now. Like shit's not going well, right? So he's like, I'm going to travel to 100 years in the future, and he goes to 100 years in the future, and he sees that it's like utopia. Like we figured out everything. Like the environment's fixed. Like socially, we're like all living in happiness. Like it's wonderful, everything you'd want. So he like takes a bunch of pictures and videos, and then he like goes back to the present, and he's like, guys, we did it, and he like shows them all these photos, and then the next 100 years, like that's what happens. Like everybody builds utopia together, and it's like a 100-year anniversary, and this time traveler who's been like a hermit for this 100 years, and this journalist like goes to interview him on the 100-year anniversary, and he goes to talk to him, and he finds out like dude never traveled to the future. Like he just knew that if he told a positive future, like it could happen and give everybody autonomy. Like and like I think that's why it says like in the tweets it talks about like crisis of attention. Like if we're watching dystopian movies, if we're watching like the apocalypse, and we all believe that the apocalypse is going to happen, then yeah, that's like exactly what we're headed towards.
Yeah.
But if we start to talk about utopia together, then that's where we'll head.
I want to encourage like I think it's good that some media is focusing on like trauma, and I think it's really important to focus on to look at negative things and not ignore them, but to engage with them in a positive and healthy way. And I think that's a really huge challenge, even just personally, and to even know what that means. But I think it is really important. And another thing that I really want to talk about is like, I think that the funny thing is anything utopian is almost like critically reviled. It's so uncool, and it has been for quite a while.
People get really uncomfortable when I use the word utopia, and I use it like 20 times a day, but every time like, I feel like so often people They get uncomfortable by it.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was thinking about was like, because like it's so true that like almost all of like the sci-fi that has happened in the past like 30, 40 years is dystopian. Like, you know, Blade Runner, super dystopian, Matrix, super dystopian. That I remember when the movie Her came out, and it takes place in a shorter time from when I think it came out in 2014. It was unknown like exactly how far in the future, but not
It's
as
like near
far.
future.
Yeah,
They call
near,
it near
like,
future.
yeah, near future. But I remember being just like, that wasn't dystopian.
Hmm.
That was a positive look at the future where generally things were good and normal. Like, and it was kind of revolutionary, like, because so much of our future like ideas are so dystopian.
I never finished Her, but I watched the
Oh.
beginning of it. Isn't it about a guy who's so lonely that he like develops a romantic relationship with?
I wouldn't say it's because necessarily because of loneliness. I think it's like because of the meaning seeking that all people do.
Is that the one starring Jennifer Lawrence?
No. Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, Her.
plays,
Is that? Wait. Oh, is that the one about the computer or the phone?
yeah, the AI, the
I
AI
was thinking
operating
of
system.
Mother. That's the one I was thinking.
Mother. Oh, that's
I was like, that's weird.
that I would say is a
I don't know.
that one I would say is a dystopian future.
Yeah, it's like chaos. Yeah.
Like,
I think that
that's
movie
weird.
most accurately captures the history of humanity on Earth than just about anything else.
Yeah, I read that some people think of it as an allegory for that.
Yeah, totally. Which I mean, it's Darren Aronofsky. He has plenty of stuff that's like that. That's weird allegories and stuff. But it is a crazy fucking movie,
I
and
read
not
the
for
synopsis.
everybody.
Like,
Yeah.
sometimes with
Everything is
movies like that,
bizarre.
like I said, I don't really like to experience it viscerally, but I am interested in what they're
That-
about. So I just
That is a visceral experience of a movie.
yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe we could. You said that you got some tweet recommendations, like quotes picked out from your friend.
From Carl, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to go to one of those?
Yeah, let's go to them. Okay. The first one was 3.
3. Okay, let me bring it back up. Do. What? Oh yeah, what a great. This was I think that this was the one like that really drew me in.
Which is what we were just talking about.
Wow.
It's like what we were just talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to read it out?
The lack of positive vision for what comes after the industrial age has created a narrative vacuum exploited by nihilist forces such as Trump and ISIS.
Yeah, that nihilism combined with people's need for a sense of purpose.
Right. That narrative vacuum, doesn't that so accurately just hit what we were talking about? Like, we just don't have a good idea of what's going to happen. And we don't even have a narrative for that.
And they do give a narrative for what's wrong with society and what needs to change.
Right.
You know, like a lot of the men's rights stuff that I guess both of them really encompass about how, like, you know, they think society has gone wrong because of non-males and non-white people having more power. I guess in the case of ISIS, that's not really white people, though.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah,
But
authority.
that's just the
of-
mechanism that those forces are using to like, because there's another point, yeah, where he says where they're pushing out the inevitable collapse. I feel like that's just a tool to push out the collapse. The
You
next
mean,
one
like,
he liked was
push the collapse into the future further?
yeah,
Where is that one?
I could see that.
and like that's how like the Republican Party, like that's how there was one documentary I watched that talked about gerrymandering, like where they're changing like the voting and
Yeah.
how Republicans are doing that because they know they can't get the votes, so they're just trying to push out for how long they can like try to cling to power.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's a really big issue for me, voting and voting rights and voter turnout and stuff. To me, that's like possibly my number one political concern, because I think that every other political issue is impossible to solve if we can't get enough power through voting. I mean, that's really the way I think it's best for us to get power. And if we can't do it, then that prevents us from being able to tackle the climate crisis or inequality, racism. And that's kind of the goal of the Republican Party, is to stop us from being able to do that right now.
Yeah, they don't want us to do that. The next tweet Carl liked was 8.
8. Let's check it out. Digital technology represents as profound a shift in human capabilities as the invention of agriculture and the discovery of science, each of which resulted in a new age for humanity.
I think that makes sense, but I think it really merits talking about why. And that's kind of what I was trying to do earlier when I was talking about the different ages of humanity. Like, why does digital technology result in a different age for humanity? And he's calling it the knowledge age.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
His definition of knowledge is very specific, though. Like, it's not like personal knowledge, it's like the collective knowledge of a culture.
Which I love. Yeah.
I thought that was really interesting, because he points out in his book that something that I think about all the time, like, we know these are issues. He didn't say it specifically, but like, individual knowledge doesn't matter as much as collective knowledge. Like, we know these things are issues, but if our culture doesn't, then it doesn't really matter to the survival or in prospering of our culture, at least.
So, I mean, our culture also know, like, some of these things, I think our culture does know our problems, but just like he identifies, just aren't putting the attention to them to actually try to do anything and believe that, progress is possible.
I mean, that's sort of true, but a lot of our culture doesn't. Like, a lot of our culture doesn't know that the climate crisis is such a big deal that we should be actually paying attention to it as much as any other issue. And a lot of people actively deny that there even is a climate crisis. So I think that a big issue in our culture right now is the fact that that's not common knowledge.
I think what I like so much about the knowledge age when he says that is because like Wayne and I were talking earlier about like the collective unconscious, and I think later in his tweets he talks about mindfulness a couple times, and he also talks about psychological freedom. Oh, I love that term, psychological freedom. But I think what's been interesting to me is I've been traveling around the country and like talking to like all these different people. it's that like all my assumptions of like what people from like all over the country in different areas from different walks of life and social, economic, racial, gender, like whatever, my different preconceptions of what I thought that they would be thinking about is different than what's actually been happening. And I've been like realizing that we're all kind of like saying the same things, and like it's been interesting because like all these conversations I've been having across like political boundaries that I would have never been having conversations with like in Chicago, is that like we're all like, yeah, we're divided, it's by design, and like it's gonna change. And like and that's been really exciting to me. And I think that
That's
it
awesome.
feels like the knowledge age. I like that term. Like I like, it's like collective knowledge. It's like this mindfulness, and it's like the freeing of our brains. Like our brains have been like chained, and our brains are like crazy fucking powerful. And if we don't have to work and capitalism dies, then
Yeah, what-
we have like this freedom, psychological freedom, then shit.
So speaking of that, that's actually something I've thought about a lot. It's like, if in a society where people don't have to work, what do people do? You know, and I think that one of these tweets talked about it, and one of those things is, you know, art, which is something that a lot of people like to do, but a lot of people get their sense of purpose from work. And I grew up in a very weird, like, little culture within a very small town where my grandparents, especially my grandpa, were like insanely obsessed with work. And like, my dad is still very much like that. Growing up, I was like constantly harangued, constantly, for being lazy, not working hard enough. It was insane. Like, and like now that I'm an adult, I'm like looking and seeing like how harmful that is to the people who believe it. Like, it's super toxic. Because you can't always work. Sometimes you need to not work. Sometimes you know, I've seen people that I know who, you know, had to get surgery and be off work and like could not handle it in a healthy way because their entire life purpose and sense of personal value all revolved around their ability to work. And so those people really, really resist the idea of a culture where people don't work and like.
But that's because of capitalistic propaganda.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
Right.
gender roles even too, I feel like.
Mm.
Or just like being someone who was raised as like a woman, I guess. Like I didn't really experience that in the same way as perhaps someone who was like raised as a boy or a man or something like that.
I think that is pretty true, but in my family, I have seen like people who were raised as women and identify as women who like did kind of internalize that. Because I think like I think my family was very extreme. I think that it was, even like growing up, I felt like my family was very extremely old-fashioned. Like they were isolated from the greater culture. And in some ways, I think that might have been good, but in so many ways, it was really bad.
Yeah, my step family, they were like Southside plumbers, and I had to start working the moment I was legally able to get a permit. And if I didn't have a job for like a week, my stepdad would make my mom like drive me around to like every spot in town until I fucking got a job. Like, I was actually writing about that today, and like one of my jobs was like the checkout girl at the hot tub place in town, like, because it was just like, who was gonna hire me? Because I had to have a fucking job. Like, I always had to have a job. And like work was, and it was like hard work too. Like you had to like spend your body, you had to like dislike it, and like the whole culture was like you work, you hate it, you have a family that you then resent, you have a partner that you resent, you tell your children, like, look at all that I've done for you and sacrificed for you, look at how hard I work. And then you retire and your body's shit and you hate your life and you're bitter. And then you like go on vacation and you like tell people like, don't get old. Like that was like the life prescription. And it
I
sounds
relate
like
to a
probably
lot
like
of that.
like your family's life prescription. You're like, fuck that. I gotta go to the bathroom now.
So there are two tweets that I was looking for another one, but I found these other two that I think connect really well to what we're talking about. Number 35, paid jobs are not a source of purpose for humans in and of themselves. Doing something meaningful is. You will never run out of meaningful things to do. But I think for a lot of people, it's like providing for your family or something is like the meaningful thing. But there's a confusion happening where that is the only way to do it, which relates to this other one from earlier. Where is it? Industrial age society, however, has intentionally led us down a path of confusing our unlimited wants with our modest needs, as well as specific solutions. For example, individually owned cars with needs, for example, transportation. So, like,
And I think that's like a huge barrier. Like the fact that people, for example, there are a lot of like cultural things like eating beef is like a really, really ingrained cultural thing in conservative people. And it's also really bad for the environment. And like a lot of cultures eat bugs, but in America, I've seen people like I've seen people like say to the idea of using insects for protein, like, you know, this is the future you want. And then also the work thing. Like, this is where I invest a lot of my energy is like, what are we going to do about that? How are we going to solve that problem?
right, because the problem is that we need something meaningful to do, and right now, like, the culture is to have a job, but that is only a specific solution to the problem of needing something meaningful to do, and it's really not for most people. Or I don't know.
That's true.
I don't
For
want to
a
say
lot of
for
people,
most
it's
people.
not.
For a lot of people, it's not providing a meaningful thing to do anymore.
But I think,
Or, I mean, if people had jobs that were providing meaning to their lives, but they didn't have to do it to survive based off of a scarcity mindset, then people can choose what brings meaning to their life. Like he says,
right.
we don't have a limit of things that can create meaning for us. There's
Right.
Martha Beck, she's like a self-help writer who she has like a PhD in anthropology from Harvard. And so in one of her books, she writes about how talks about First Nation cultures and how in their societies, what they did every day is kind of what we associate with vacation. So they hung out with their families. They went swimming. They ate food. They hung out by the fire. They gardened. Like, and it's all these things that people are like, oh, got a weekend off. I'm gonna garden. Like, it's like that's how, you know,
Right.
like, and I think that that's like really interesting is we have like this idea that like we have to be living this way. And
Yeah.
I think there's like this like thing where people really ingrain those things into themselves so they never have to feel like they actually missed out on anything. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to admit that things could have been that way or that could be a better way to live, because then that would mean that they wasted so much of their life.
That makes sense to me. When y'all were talking about Utopia earlier and how you mentioned how people get kind of like, I don't know, like standoffish when you mention the word. It's like when you allow yourself to imagine utopia, you also have to like acknowledge that that's not where you are, like that's not where you live in, and that creates like a sense of responsibility and like accountability, you know. So
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's true. And also maybe, I mean, for me, it definitely sometimes feels a sense of dissatisfaction and a concern that I might never actually get to live in the society I'm working for.
that's real too. Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of thing that, you know, those negative emotions are really important to address in art and media just as much as like the utopian ideas are, because we need to address them. Also, this makes me think of people who are like, well, I paid for my student loans, so everybody else should have to. When
Right.
people are like saying student loans should be forgiven or something. I think it's kind of the same thing.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm
The
gonna
only response I
interject.
was talking
Go.
to somebody about this recently, and they were just like, we just need a tipping mass. We don't need everybody.
That's true.
We just need a tipping mass. And so maybe we don't have to worry about all the people who aren't on our, because we don't get so many times to talk about Utopia. So
That's
let's
a
let
really
ourselves
good
talk about.
point.
Yeah.
You know, I have wondered about that. Like, am I like, who should we, you know, engage with? Who should we spend our time on? Because for a long time, I tried to debate hardcore right-wing people on the internet, and it never did anything, even if they were people I grew up with.
Yeah, I got into a debate recently with a woman this weekend, and it was the first debate I'd been in like a really long time. And we were debating, and we both were on the same side, which has happened before. It used to happen in Chicago. You start talking to like people who are stuck in like PC political activist culture, and all of a sudden you're like fighting, and you're like, I'm like, we agree. I'm so confused. Why are we debating? And like, this isn't, I felt horrible afterwards. Like I needed a cleanse. And I don't think
That's a real challenge.
I don't think debating actually gets anywhere, but I've been realizing that like listening and relating does. And like when I'm traveling and I'm meeting different people, I met this one couple. I was like camped at this place called Fort White, Florida. It's just like, I rarely research places before I show up, and it's just like classic kind of like white trashy Florida. It's like the campsites were like all exposed, but it was in this beautiful, gorgeous space where there was like 7 ecosystems all mixing together, but it was like wide open, and I felt really uncomfortable because I'm used to being in the forest by myself. And then there was this couple next to me, and like later I like nicknamed them Florida man and Florida woman, and they like loved it. They like loved it. And like like they were like, yeah, we're fucking white trash. And like they were like, so much of them was like typical like white trash. Like they were, and the reason why I gave them, I'm gonna just tell you really quick, the reason why I gave them the nickname Florida man, Florida woman, because at one point he was like, you know, Florida man. I was like, yeah, I know what a Florida man is, right? And then like later they're like telling me a story about how they're like nudists and they love to be naked, and so like they go to this campground all the time, like every weekend. And one weekend they like went into like the marshy area, and they were like having sex naked, and the cops caught them, and like and they're like running in the bushes like all naked and shit. And then the next weekend this woman was like talking to my new friend, and she was like, did you hear about that couple that was like got caught fucking in the marsh? And she was like, no. And I was like, you were Florida man and Florida woman, like you guys were like fucking but like they, you know, like I could meeting them, I could guess that they, you know, had voted for Trump or whatever, and I was like, I'm just gonna talk to them. I'm just gonna listen. I'm gonna be friends with them. I'm gonna relate with them. And we hung out for a whole weekend, 2 nights. We had a fucking awesome time. And like there was challenging moments. Like the guy, he kept he would kind of like challenge me with like macho shit, you know? He would say some macho shit, and then he would say, oh, did I offend you? And then, like, he was like, testing me a little bit, and an older version of me would have gotten like pissed and been like, yeah, motherfucker, you're offending me because this is what you're saying and this is why it's fucking wrong. And then I would have debated him. But instead, I was like, I could see that he was trying to push boundaries, but he also was really scared of offending me. Like, you could tell that, like, he didn't want to offend me because he didn't want to repel me, but he also wanted to be free to, like, joke in the way that he's used to. And so at one point I said, some of the things you do say, like, are offensive to me, but just as, like, you want the freedom to say them, I also want the freedom to be offended. And that's cool. It also doesn't change the way that I see or feel about you. And, like, you could just see that, like, changed something in him, right? And then, so we kept saying these macho jokes. And then the second night, they left for, like, a couple hours. And then I became friends with this nudist. I don't know. My life's great. Then they come back after a couple hours, and he's cross-dressing.
Wow.
And he said I was the second person he'd ever cross-dressed in front of, besides the Florida woman.
That's so special.
That is.
Very interesting.
And that just made me go, like, what the like, now I'm onto something. Now I'm getting
For sure.
somewhere closer. And there was one point where I was talking with him and he asked, are you a Christian? I was like, I'm not a Christian. No, I was like, I used to be able to check out blah blah blah. And then I was like, what, are you a Christian? He said, yeah, I'm a Christian. And I said, actually, let's define Christian. And he was like, okay. He's like, Christian to me is like following Jesus and, like, what Jesus taught. And I was like, I can get down with that. I was like, that dude was hanging out with sex workers, fucking making wine for everybody, making fish. I was like, I'm a Christian. Yeah, sure, I'm a Christian. And then later he said something about feminism, and he was like bitching about feminism. And I said, well, why don't you define feminism to me? And he was like, like women who hate men and think that women should be better and have more power than men. And I was like, I define feminism as like everybody's equal and everybody's fighting for each other's rights and all these things. And he was like, oh yeah, then I'm a feminist. Like, this is not debating. This is something different.
That's really useful.
That's great.
I find it really hard to have any patience with people, actually.
I want to
I can
interject.
do it, is basically what I'm saying. But I think it's great that you can, and I hope more people do.
I don't think it's work for everyone, or I don't think it's, I think that,
I think it's a really important skill when we're talking about, like, utopia and, like, what comes next and, like, how we bring people together, because conflict is gonna happen no matter what, like, even if you have two people that, like, totally get along and, like, agree on most things, like, there's still going to be conflict, and, like, conflict resolution is, like, how you build community, I feel like, or
that is
a major part of it.
That's really a great point. Conflict resolution is so important. I guess I feel like maybe for me, I just at least at this point, I'm just gonna be, like, very,
or just gonna be what?
I'm gonna be very isolated by choice. But I'm not saying that I think you were saying I should do that. I think that what you're saying is really, really a really important thing. And also reminds me of this thing that I read about where a black man got close to people in the KKK, and
That guy was awesome.
yeah,
I heard a whole radio story about him.
Their friendships ended up disbanding the KKK in their own.
Yeah, and I think in maybe a whole state.
Break it up. That's fine.
I think it. Oh, Mike, Garbanzo, you're muted.
Is that the guy who would collect their robes as the people quit? They would give him
Yeah,
Daryl Davis. I
yeah,
think.
Daryl Davis. Yeah,
Yeah,
Daryl
great.
Davis.
Yeah,
I
no,
gotta
that
read
guy-
about him.
there's a really great. I think it's Snap Judgment about him. It's a radio show. You can find it. I mean, it's like WNYC or whatever. Like where it's talking about how he started doing that, and it was so fascinating. It was just him talking the whole time. No one was interviewing him. He just like told the story, and he was a badass. Like,
Oh, I want to listen to this.
Yeah,
it's
there needs to
really
be
cool.
People like him around, I think.
Yeah,
He's
no,
pretty
it's really cool because he kind of did. I mean, sort of similar to you, where he ended up becoming friends with the leader of the chapter of the KKK, and would just kind of talk to him, and just like at first, like he was still the leader, but eventually he was like, I guess I can't really do this anymore. Like, and he's done it for like 100 people now. Like he's become friends with like.
Is this present day?
He's still
Yeah.
alive.
He's still doing it.
No, this was like
He started
in
a
the
while
past
ago.
10 years that he did this.
Yeah, he started a little bit ago, but
He was a musician.
yeah.
Yeah.
He was just
Or is, continues to be.
that was actually how it started, even because he ended up talking to someone after a show because they were like, "Oh wow, you're like, Jerry Lee Lewis," and he was like, Jerry Lee Lewis like learned from these other black musicians, like, and like they just kind of got talking about music for a little bit, and then like he became friends with this guy, and then that guy ended up like introducing him to the like leader, and so it's really a fascinating story.
I think something happened where it was like the first black person that person had ever talked to.
Yeah,
Came
I
up
think
Yeah,
you're
I think
right.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely check it out.
I think that maybe, I'm thinking there are ways that I could do something like that, though, I guess maybe my challenge is I grew up in a place where I felt so overly surrounded by people that were so different from me, and I'm just kind of getting to a place where I feel like I want to meet more people who are like me. But on the other hand, there are people who, like you were saying before when you were arguing with somebody you were on the same side of, like maybe that's something I could engage with more, because there are a lot of people who I agree with on a lot of political things, but they are very anti electoralism. And that's a real frustration for me, because I feel like if we don't have any political power in the system, then it will just make it impossible to make changes that I think we both want, My opinion is it's really important to work inside and outside the system at the same time.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's, I don't know, one of the things I liked about the tweet thread is that, like, at the end, he kind of said, here's a bunch of different things that you can do that kind of, in a lot of ways, approached it from really different perspectives. I mean, like,
Can we talk about the mindfulness one?
Yeah, I mean, like, one of the ones that I was the most excited about was the mindfulness one, but also I'm really excited. So like here.
I missed what's happening here.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to send this out in a way that people would check it out, but I don't know.
I still didn't
if
quite
anybody else
understand
did.
it. I've never been on Twitter, so I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
I got a Twitter account for this too. I've
Oh,
been
wow.
on Twitter, but I got a Twitter account because
That's commitment.
Wow, I just did like a lot of work
Taking
for
this shit
Twitter
serious,
by sending this
garbanzo.
to
Taking
Dan.
this shit seriously. It's Hot the Cat. I got asked to be a guest. I'm taking this shit for serious.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, so I don't totally understand it either. I'm fairly new to Twitter, but I don't actually think it's that relevant. It's just him putting a bunch of ideas and then like they go from one to the next. And he does a really nice job where he just numbers all of them. So you don't actually have to really think about it all that much. And so like
These are good ideas.
yeah, no, this like right
Shit's
here,
really good. Shit's really
Yeah.
good, garbanzo.
like this is I just kind of want to read these ones because I think it's really great. Like
Great seeing his reaction.
we can and should each contribute to leaving the industrial age behind and bringing about the knowledge age. We can
Yeah.
start by developing our own mindfulness practice and helping others to do so.
Yeah.
We tackle the climate crisis through activism, demanding government regulation, through research into new solutions, and through entrepreneurship, deploying working technologies. We defend democracy from attempts to push towards authoritarian forms of government. We foster decentralization through supporting localism, building up mutual aid, and participating in decentralized systems, crypto and otherwise.
That was one of the two things I didn't like,
Crypto.
because I really don't have a
Like
lot
it's getting manipulated a little bit, like, but I don't know how. I don't have a brain for understanding it.
So, what?
Or like big
I
companies are
don't
trying to get into it.
I don't totally understand crypto and stuff. I know that it has a very negative impact the way that it's done right now.
How it's
Especially-
mined.
Yeah, like environmentally and stuff. But I will say that everything that I understand, which is not much, about the way that it's decentralized is drastically different and very important for progressing financially, like economic systems.
Why do you think so?
Because right now people, I mean, like I said, I know very little about this.
We should have had my mom. My mom and her husband are obsessed with Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
Her husband sits on YouTube all day and watches YouTube on Bitcoin.
Oh God.
And my mom helps everybody she knows set up Bitcoin accounts.
Wow.
That sounds helpful. I don't know anything about
I just want to say I own a little bit of crypto.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't like it.
Did you
Word.
get it as like a trade? Did you get paid in a crypto?
No,
Or-
I bought it like when at the beginning of the pandemic when I got laid off, but also got a lot of money. I spent like a very small amount of money on it, and also I thought if I could make money off of it, then that would be great. And I also randomly bought a crypto that ended up skyrocketing in value, but then it plunged because of Elon Musk. So when
Elon Musk did that SNL.
He's been doing stuff all the time.
I had a friend
A lot of
make
Bitcoin.
$85,000 on crypto and over a year and was like bragging about it and everything, and then he lost like $78,000 in like a few days. It's pretty crazy.
Crypto is a mess, and
It's just too wild.
I just want to know how it improves like the economic system.
Well, I don't know that it necessarily improves, but having a decentralized banking system means that
Because
I see.
it's because right now, like we have the dollar isn't based off of gold anymore. So the dollar is just based off of like nothing, and that's what's causing all this inflation.
But
Inflation.
it's not
Inflation.
Inflation. And so we're
It's not
having like
just
we're
based
having a
on
really
nothing,
crazy
though.
market right now. Like beans, my mom and all of her friends are watching the bean prices. Have you guys been watching the
Right.
prices on beans?
The shelf has been empty for so long at my job.
Oh
Like,
shit!
we're just
See,
not
that's
getting
the shit
beans
that's freaking me out too. Is
Yeah.
all over the country, shelves are getting empty
Sesame
all over the
seeds, you
places.
can't get
No,
sesame
and
Isn't
my
seeds.
that
mom and
because
friends,
of
they're all
the-
fucking, they're all taking beans and they're all getting them. They're like beans are, they were 78 cents, now they're $1.30. Like no, it's true.
From my
The
understanding,
dollar's
the
going crazy, and that's why
supply
crypto's
chain issues are because of the like.
Oh, sorry.
My understanding, the supply chain issues are because there was like this
Okay.
thing where people would only get as much as they thought they were going to need, and then also a lot of boats and stuff were like blocked from entering the country.
Oh yeah, no, boats are not
Well,
coming
yeah,
in. Yeah, there's
but-
a bunch off of Long Beach. Yeah.
I don't
The
think that's
supply
the
chain
only
stuff
thing.
is really an issue.
Like, I don't know that the inflation though is just has to do with the supply chain.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about inflation. I'm
No,
talking
they're
about
No, it's
different.
the fall of capitalism. It's the thing that the politicians are trying to push
So,
out. It's coming
okay.
down, motherfuckers.
if we're going back to the inflation concept, how does crypto prevent inflation? Because actually, crypto seems to be really susceptible to
I mean, again, I don't think any of us have any idea.
Can we, since we all have kind of admitted that we don't know too much about crypto, can we go back to mindfulness? Because
Yeah, that's probably a better topic anyway.
Yeah,
That
decentral.
we're
But actually,
qualified.
but before we go to mindfulness, what I wanted to say is, in that same tweet as the crypto, I think we went right past the parts that were way more important.
Localism, building
in
up
my
mutual
mind.
aid,
sure.
those are really, really important.
Yeah, let's build up localism. Like we're like Jess is traveling around the country, meeting all sorts of people and making like connections and like changing people's minds and stuff. Apparently, like that's fucking badass. Not everybody can do that. Like
That's true.
some
Like
people,
me.
yeah, like do localism then. Like
Yeah, and I've been trying to do that. That's why I tried to join the time bank when I was in Missoula. That's the kind of thing that, I was trying to think of like what could be an alternative to capitalism, and that's one possible option. But I
I
think
know it sounds very small, but like at my job, like we've come about like I've been in a bad mood and somebody will just say a joke and then I'll just start cackling and then we'll joke around all day and it'll lift me out of my funk. And like so I've tried to do that for other people, and just something that small about just making somebody's day a little bit better on a fucking shitty 10-hour shift. Like can
I think that is
feel
good.
good. Like
And it also builds connections, which Jess was talking about, making connections with people who
get to make
have
friends.
completely different philosophies of things. But also, one thing she mentioned was how some guy was like asking. Well, he said he didn't like feminism, but his definition of feminism was like based on propaganda about women hating men and like that, But when Jess framed it about her,
I just said let's define feminism. Because if I'm talking to people and I say let's define a word, then it completely changes it. Because so many of the times when we're debating, it's because we are seeing words from completely different angles and not realizing it. But if you stop and say, like, what's your definition of feminism? What's your definition of Christianity? Then you're like, oh, actually, maybe we agree.
yeah, and they found out that they did agree, or that they could
Then he said he was
get
a
on board
feminist.
with the other person's
Yeah.
belief.
Yeah.
And I guess my point is, because they had the previous positive relationship, even though, Jess, you only knew that person for like a day, right?
2, yeah.
Yeah, but they had fun together. They got to know each other. So that's kind of why I brought it up, Garbanzo, because you're making relationships with people when you do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
now we can get into mindfulness.
Well, and I think with Garbanzo's point, it's true because it's like sometimes we want to, because of capitalism. I would say this is called the death of capitalism. And I feel like capitalism, the word, has not been used enough. Because of
The
capitalism,
world after capital.
the world after capitalism is
Yeah, and his
Which is-
definition
I-
of capital is like very specific.
I would also say that is very different than the death of capitalism, because
Mm.
we don't have to talk about capitalism to talk about the world after capital.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, maybe that's
And his
I mean,
definition of
Um,
capital isn't really even totally related to capitalism, because he's specifically talking about not money, but like factories and
Work.
the things that are
Resources.
and
resources.
like the things that are or age, as he calls it, rely on.
Yeah, but
And, like,
that's also
what
what
gives people
capitalism
power?
refers to.
What?
That's also what capitalism refers to, though. Capitalism isn't mean money. Capitalism
I think we think of it
means
that way.
a system that involves capital, which is resources, human capital, and like manufacturing capital, and stuff like that is
Yeah, I guess you're right.
capital.
based off of scarcity, based off
Property.
of a scarcity mindset too.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
I
when
think
I
what I was
heard,
gonna say was that because of our mindset of work and that we always have to be working, and like you're talking about Max, like your family's like, oh, you gotta work really hard. So when we're like, oh, we want to work on a local level, we're like, oh, we gotta volunteer here, we gotta protest here, we gotta do like all this fucking really taxing work, which all of us are fucking exhausted because we're fucking working a shit ton already and just trying to get by. And so we think that we have to do this big effort to create change, and that I think sometimes halts us from doing the changes that we can. And sometimes the changes that we can is like, yeah, being chill with your coworker and like laughing and like shedding joy, and that goes to mindfulness, right? Because it's like the connection that you're having where your mind is at and like what you guys are creating together. Like if you bring joy, like I was talking about what do we do about the environment recently, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do, but go hug a tree. Like go be a tree hugger, go hug the tree. Like it's the same
Well, I mean, like
thing.
it
You want
is.
to help
It's
humanity, make somebody laugh.
go be in nature. Like that is a kind of radical thing right now. Like to just don't, not even like go try to save a tree, but yeah, just go be around a tree.
Yeah, it's a really
That's like
interesting
a
point.
nice, like, and that can help inform what you do beyond that. But like, just
I think that's
having
like a
that,
real
like,
challenge.
It's gotten
having
me
that,
very
like,
depressed in the past, thinking that I could do something huge and then being disappointed when I realized I couldn't do it.
Just stops
And
it.
it's much
Just makes
more
it shuts-
healthy for
it
me
shuts off.
personally to just try to interact on a very local level with people and try to make it the best that way. Try to cheer people up.
The thing that I get concerned about with that, though, is that sometimes we do need to do things on a larger level, and I don't want.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I just
I think it's like really important to, like Dan, you were saying sometimes going to nature can inform other stuff, and I think that's where. I think that's kind of an important point, because sometimes you can't be an activist. Like right now, I've been wanting to do activist stuff, and I haven't really had time to. I've been really overwhelmed with all the other stuff I have to do. And
capitalism.
Yeah. And, it's just
Attention.
really important
Where's
not
your
to,
attention?
like, use that as an excuse not to do stuff if you can or when you can. And it's really hard to hold yourself accountable for that.
But I think that, like, you know, and this can be so, I'm going to be careful with my phrasing because I feel like a lot of this comes from like self-help, self-care culture, and that can be steeped in all sorts of different things that I can digress into. But I think that a lot of it's like, you got to take care of yourself so you can have an abundance to take care of other people. And there's this meditation that I do where it's like you imagine like the love of the universe like glowing up inside you, and you fill your body with it, and it's just this glowing, radiating love from the universe, and you just like you bask in that light, and then you just like imagine it going to like all the different parts of your body. It's like your arms, your legs, your toes, all the different parts. And then once it's filled you all up, like this is while you're inhaling and like holding your breath. And then as you exhale, you release like the excess into the universe. And I feel like that's a really great.
Sounds like tantra.
Does it?
Like solo tantra practice.
Oh, I do. I've like been wanting to involve sex with my meditation practice so badly. God, meditation and sex just seem like they would just. Anyways. To my point, I think that because of capitalism and because of the way that things are designed and because the industrial age is crumbling and we're all working in it as if it's not, I think, and because, you know, because of the way that work is, and then it's not based off of like purpose, and it's based off of, because so much of us are living off of money that we can barely get by, and we're having to work more hours, we're having to like work crazy schedules and all these different reasons. It makes it so that we don't have anything left over.
Right.
And so then we're all fucking feeling shitty about not having anything left over because we're watching fucking Netflix and all we're seeing is the apocalypse. And we're like, we're scared because we're putting there and I'm doing nothing because I'm fucking exhausted.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like, to kind of touch on what a few of you were saying is like, what, Max, what you were saying earlier, we were talking about like how we were trying to think about like what our purpose would be beyond work or beyond like, you know, just how we see purpose now, I guess. And I feel like knowing joy and like knowing pleasure is how you find that purpose, and like spreading joy with your community, local and like larger, is like a practice in mutual aid to like, you know, like everyone needs to like feel that joy in themselves and know that joy and what brings them joy to like be able to go for their purpose in the after whatever. If that makes sense. I don't know.
I think also there's something there about that if you make connections with people in joy, that when like, because some of this stuff is exhausting work, like it's really tiring stuff to, you know, do activism for climate change or something. But
Totally.
if you can make those connections with people like in your community in joy, then that is a place that they can come back to having done that like hard exhaustive work and restore with the community in joy.
Totally.
There's got to be a way to make it fun.
I was just thinking about that today.
Right.
Like, yeah, I think that it is really ideal to make working toward better futures enjoyable and fun.
Like talking
They
with
are.
some friends.
Yeah.
And I think
You know.
also taking, like sometimes you have to do the really intensive activist work, and then sometimes you just get to take a break. Like,
Yeah, that is really
I don't know,
important.
this shit burns you out. Like I worked as a fundraiser for this community garden in Chicago on the South Side, and we were all these like anarchist queer gardener kids just fucking trying to make shit happen. And I kept telling everybody, like, this isn't sustainable. Like, we were all working 40 hours a week plus our jobs. Like, this isn't sustainable.
It's not.
And we're doing this based off of trying to make the earth sustainable. I was like, it's a joke.
Right.
This is a joke.
That's the hard part, because we really have no like way to not have to participate in the system that is very draining and exhausting, while also trying to do work.
Also capitalism.
Well, that's what I mean.
Okay,
That's the system. Yeah. Capitalism.
Like having to work a 40-hour-a-week job is really exhausting. And then you want to like do other work on top of that, but we don't really have any alternative at this point to working that 40-hour-a-week job. Maybe that's
They're doing okay in some European countries and whatnot.
That's
but
true. Actually, yeah. I mean,
kind of showing the way for
America is definitely exceptionally bad about that, and that's really a real challenge for us, the people who live here.
I just don't get why we can't get healthcare to like universal healthcare to be a thing.
Because we don't have
Because
the
we'd lose money.
power.
Well, because
Because of
healthcare is based off of capitalism. That's why.
Because we
Healthcare,
haven't
like,
put the
Western
attention
medical
to
system
it.
is all based
That's-
off capitalism.
that's
That's why they wiped
somewhat
out
true.
naturopaths and herbal medicine and all of that was because they couldn't make money off of it because it actually healed you. Like I was sick for 20 years trying to do Western medicine, and they would just keep giving me medicine that would make me sicker. That's what they wanted. They want me to come back every month. Now
They
my
want
naturopath, we
dopamine.
barely have to talk. She's actually
I've
healed me.
had
She's not
very
making money
different
off me anymore.
experience with that.
I've never been able to afford a naturopath.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
real.
crazy expensive. I do graphic design work for my naturopath.
Yeah, you were talking about that last time.
Yeah, that's.
I got to figure out a situation like that.
Mm.
Oh, here's one.
Well, you're in Oregon. That's where she went to school. You got like the best ones there too.
You're in Oregon? Yeah, you got them fucking
Yeah, the
clothes.
wazoo. Just give us some veggies.
I gotta
shit.
put out
You got
some-
Just
veggies.
walk outside. You'll fucking get somebody.
There's
That's
a chance a
awesome.
natural path will hit you in the
Just start
face.
saying like, I need to see a naturopath.
Here we go. Number 27. Prices do not and cannot exist for what we most need to pay attention to. Price formation requires supply and demand, which don't exist for finding purpose in life, overcoming the climate crisis, conducting fundamental research, or engineering an asteroid defense.
That's actually something that I wanted to talk about because I got some quotes from the book. And one of the things that is related to that was right on my screen is markets are not able to help us better allocate attention because prices do not and cannot exist for many of the issues that we should be paying attention to.
Right.
Like, there's no
Directly
supply
attached to
and demand that will form a purpose price for an individual trying to find their purpose in life.
And I think that's directly like a major problem with healthcare.
Mental
Is-
health in particular.
Yeah, because there's not a price point to someone being healthy. Like if they're unhealthy, they need things to make them healthy. And so you can price those things, but you can't price just someone being healthy.
And happy.
Right, and happy. Yeah.
Feeling great when they wake up and just being a productive. Yeah. Mm.
So, that is a really good point. And it does, like, I have a lot more faith in Western medicine and the mental health care system than a lot of people, but I also do agree that, at least in some cases, people do kind of like, how we all know that pharmaceutical companies focus more energy on developing treatments rather than cures because they can make more money off it.
Well, in the history, if you look at when Western medicine was developed, it was developed in the same time that capitalism was developed.
Which would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
I think
That's why, I
Western
mean, like, they
medicine
cut out
has-
witches.
What's that?
That's why they were burning all those witches. Because they were the healers, dude. White men didn't want those healer women. I don't want that shit. That's why they killed us all.
Started just cutting people open.
No, my therapist, she did her graduate thesis on that. Not on not on witches, but on healers from all over, all different cultures and people of color and women, and how it was wiped out on purpose because they're gonna make money off of it. Mm-hmm.
Did they often like capture shamans in battles in particular, like that kind of thing? Were they looking for the witch doctors, the
I
shamans?
think the weaponization was more in that what's pervasive in our culture now, where it's like, oh, that shit doesn't work. What's the study? What is the study? And then you read these studies, and they're
I'm
like,
all about
I read
study.
this one study where it was like this supplement that I'm taking, and I was researching it, and they were like, oh, well, there was a case study where it totally proved that it was working, but it wasn't a large case study. And so they were like disparaging that because they were like, the case study wasn't large enough, which for science, they want a large case study. But they don't have the money. They don't have the funding for that because they don't want you to learn that you can take a supplement for a week and like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's where I kind of like agree with you. I think that scientific studies are really important because that's how we know if something, really works.
So that's how you do agree with me, or you disagree with me?
No, I do agree with you that well, I guess what I'm saying is I think that scientific studies are really important. But I agree that it's a real problem because the way money is allocated isn't able to really examine some really important things. And that's really important. Like, we should study this stuff and find out what works and what doesn't. Another thing that I'm interested in is like the concept of more like individualized therapy, because science is really good at determining if a treatment will work for more than 50% of people, like more than the placebo. But what if something would work for one person and not the other? Like what if, that's not really economically feasible in our system for one person to, maybe find out what maybe is not going to work for the majority of people. But they have sort of started to do that with cancer treatment, but that's very uncommon. And I think that could be an interesting...
It works off of absolutes where I think we all need different formulas.
Yeah, like right now, for example, like psych medicine is kind of like a blunt instrument, and it
Also,
really isn't...
not as effective as it is shown. Like major depressive medications are actually like, they say it's like 70 or 80% or something effective. It's actually closer to 50 just because of the way that studies were published, only if they had positive results.
Wow.
And they I read a whole study about like a meta-analysis of a bunch of other studies that was just like, no, it's actually closer to 50%, which is about as good as most other things. Except for psilocybin seems to be doing pretty well.
Which is another thing, like how those, psychedelics were regulated out of being able to be studied since the 60s.
It's coming back now. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, that's really good.
In Oregon, you guys are doing good with that shit.
Yeah, there's
I was
lot
gonna
of...
say,
What's coming back?
Oh, the study of psychedelics.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah, no, they've been
Sloan
doing that.
Peterson that's doing...
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Sloan
been for like
Kettering.
the past
Sloan
10
Kettering,
years
right.
or so where that started
Sloan
to...
Peterson was from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I got
Yeah, no, it really has. It's been I think the first like kind of major one was like 2006, like really bringing it back, and since then it's just been more and more and more, especially in Europe, and now starting to be in the US. Lots of really great research about it. I've done a bunch of research on this.
Very cool.
That's a really good area to...
Formal and informal.
The cat's getting his bachelor in psychology right now.
Because
Wow, very
that's like
cool.
that's a area of study that is like, that has been completely emaciated because of regulations that prevent people from studying it. Like if that hadn't happened, it would have been hugely studied because of how
It was hugely studied. There were
like
thousands of studies being done.
Well, and the government was
Very
also doing
effective.
studies on how to use it to control people.
Well, yeah, but they
and then
decided.
they found out that it couldn't be used that way, so maybe that's why.
Right.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
happened with Charlie Manson.
That's a theory.
There's a lot going on.
Are we getting a different?
This was about to die.
There are
Okay.
two of you now.
Okay.
What is happening?
Okay.
That was a good mix it up.
I just need to blend it.
I was like, that's a big job, Laura.
Had to make a good transition.
Yeah, that was nice. I like that.
Um,
Kind of psychedelic.
which we were talking about psychedelics.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah, that was good.
And I'm over here now.
Yeah, you're moving.
Well, we could switch it all up if you want.
I wanted to bring it back to mindfulness because I'm in a call.
No, I don't like that.
What I was gonna say
Oh,
was that you mentioned the placebo, and the placebo is a very point to bring in this conversation because he's talking about the knowledge age, and I think because he doesn't say when he talks about mindfulness, he's very gentle with it. Everything else he's very like, I'm gonna tell you why. But mindfulness, he just says that we need to do it, and he doesn't really allude to why. He's very vague in it. But I think part
I
of it.
don't know. I wouldn't say that's totally true, but go ahead.
But I think that. But he just says that we need to have mindfulness as far as like attention, right? But I think he doesn't go as far to say that like when we have mindfulness and we follow that, like I think of that Buddhist saying that's like the mind is a horrible master but a great slave, or a good slave but a horrible master, or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. I think that that's like part of what's happening in this culture because of our folk, like because of where our attention is, as he says before, and then because of sorry, I really have to pee, so I can't focus on what I'm saying.
yeah, I have to pee too. I think I'm gonna take a pee break. We can pee at the same time.
Okay, then I will too.
All right.
All right. Well,
Free time.
Wayne, are you still hanging out?
And hello.
All right. Right. Okay. Let's get these crazy folks out of here.
Heck yeah.
All right, Wayne. So I know that we're really in this discussion here, but I feel like I need to address an important point for the hot show, which is what animal are you? Because here I am. I'm a cat. Garbanzo is generally a raccoon, sometimes an owl. Max is a human.
Nice.
Jess, that's a tricky one. Jess sometimes is something, sometimes not. But I'm curious about you.
The first animal that comes to my mind is a chipmunk. So I think a chipmunk.
We've had a chipmunk before.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's pretty fun. It's nice to meet another chipmunk.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you think that you would have a different name as a chipmunk, or would you be Wayne the Chipmunk?
You know, I think I started going by Wayne maybe like a year ago. So I think I would probably just keep writing out my my most recent name change.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's a lot to just like jump into another one so quick.
Yeah, right. I gotta bring my list together. But there's probably a cute name for a chipmunk out there.
Yeah, I get that. Well, I'm glad that we had this time together. Just the two of us to really iron that out.
Cat and chipmunk.
Yeah.
Great combination.
Jess, what animal are you tonight?
Whew. What animal am I tonight? Give me a second.
Okay, I'm gonna bring Garbanzo in because I see that he's back. What animal are you tonight, Garbanzo?
I remain raccoon.
Owl just keeps coming to mind.
Oh,
I'm getting there.
Owl.
I haven't outgrown my raccoon ways yet, but I'm working on it.
sometimes Garbanzo is a raccoon that has the aspirations to be an owl.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm working toward it.
I know. I didn't want to say owl because I'm like, I don't got wisdom owl, but I think because we're talking about the future.
I think that it's important to recognize that when I say, what animal are you? This is a momentary thing. And if you are an owl right now, own that.
Yeah, no, right now I'm an owl. Yeah, it's true. Tomorrow.
I'm leaning more toward owl. I was very studious today and responsible.
Oh
and-
man, we might have 2 owls. Though, Wayne, you better watch out because chipmunks and owls not really getting along.
I heard. Yeah, you're right. Gotta keep my
You see stories of things like that where two unlikely animals are just best friends.
Yeah.
I saw one of a coyote and
Oh,
a
I love-
possum the other day. It was so adorable.
Mm,
They were friends.
that's great. That is great.
Maybe you're just a chipmunk, like perched on my shoulder. hanging out.
Yeah, taking a
Well, you're
ride
gently holding in the talons and taking to a place rather than ripping into them.
or riding on the back.
Yeah.
Maybe you're riding on the back of the
Oh,
owl.
Oh
Yes.
yes. I'm like
That's what I
flying you
was picturing.
around.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
like, on a ride.
Yes.
What's that character's name in the Never-Ending Story with the
Oh,
big
the
fluffy white dragon?
Story.
That was one of my favorites when I was a kid.
is that you?
Falcor.
Falcor.
Falcor, yeah.
I'm Falcor.
That's a
That's a really huge compliment. Wow. It's a little intimidating. I'm honored.
You better live up to it.
Never-ending story.
But what part of the country we're all in?
Ooh,
Is
yeah.
that an okay question to ask?
Yeah, it is. I would say with the
And the weather. I want to know the weather.
okay. I guess Max was not ready yet. I am in Chicago, and it has been snowing all day.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
I'm in a bad neighborhood in Portland, and it was a beautiful day today.
What degrees are you talking there?
I don't know. It's
I
just
mean,
temperate.
I guess what sweater
50.
level are you talking?
It's 45 right now.
That's your beautiful day, 45.
Yes.
It was a high of 52.
I love it.
Wow.
Was it sunny? Is that why it
It
was?
was sunny, like partly cloudy, I guess. Like it was beautiful, big white clouds with blue sky.
Mm.
Hell yeah.
How
Well,
Max, you
Hi
are
there.
moving up in life. Capitalism is working. for you.
I'm in Los Angeles, and it was like in the 60s or 70s today,
that's awesome.
as it should be.
We're like in a cave and you're like in this bougie ass
It's
place.
a green screen.
Can I get a loan?
Yeah, for real.
funny that we're in a cave because we're actually in like the secret garden.
Yeah, it's true.
Where are you at the moment?
Oh yeah, because this is part of it. So I always show up and I'm always in like a different
Oh,
location.
hell yeah.
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 Well, we're in
Oh.
Florida. I'm from Baltimore though.
Okay. Are you also a traveling person?
I'm traveling, but not in the same sense that Jess is traveling. I'm hoping that would be very cool, but having normal vacation in Florida.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
Wayne and their partner is gonna go see.
Oh yeah, we're going camping in the Keys pretty soon.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
so good,
We're not.
so good. But we're in Apalachicola, which is in the Panhandle.
Oh, I remember last time we were saying Apalachicola.
Eat it now. I say
That sounds like a brand of soda.
Apalachicola.
Mark not being
Mm.
so
How much you charge for a 2-liter Appalachia Cola?
Nice soda.
Max, I have to say, it feels like you're going to do some stand-up comedy or something. For
What's the deal with Appalachia Cola?
Is it an apple?
Is on so there's an St. George's Island is like right across from us, and so there's like a bay, so it's where the freshwater, there's Apalachicola River, and it's where all this freshwater meets.
There's a Cola River?
So there used to be the highest
Sticky.
the highest amounts of
Sour.
The highest amounts of what?
oysters.
Oh, cool.
Oh, interesting.
but because of different things that were happening in Atlanta with the rivers, it's caused issues with the rivers. So there's less fresh water that's meeting the salt water, which is creating the like right salinity for
Or
the
the brackish.
oysters. And then there's also different like red tide and different issues that are causing oyster issues. But it used to be like an old fishing town. Now the culture is really shifting into like tourism. But we're staying on this property.
What was that last thing you said? Tourism?
Yeah, so tourism is more picking up here now. It's like replacing the culture. But we're sitting on an acre on the Gulf of Mexico on this marsh, and out of all my travels all over the country, there's only one other place where I've seen this many birds. There's just birds everywhere, and there's like all these bushes and hedges that surround the property. So it's like you're in the secret garden. So half the property
That sounds great.
garden, and it's like all these plants, and it's beautiful, and there's all these birds. And then the other side of the property is just the Gulf of Mexico and this fucking marsh.
Wow.
Are there a lot of alligators in that marsh?
No, I haven't heard about alligators being here, but I wouldn't think, as far as the
I
parts
don't know about that side of Florida. I was living on the other one.
the other parts of Florida that I've been, I feel like had more alligators. I don't know. There's probably I don't know about the alligator
I want to
content, but there's over 300 bird species that live there. Yeah.
Whoa, cool.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of birds.
Yeah.
And it was like 50s today.
Yeah, it was probably, I don't know, maybe even 60s. It was pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Wow, I'm surprised it's so cold there. I thought it was always really hot.
That's the beautiful time to be in Florida is right now.
Yes.
I know. I'm like, I'm gonna have to get out. I'm really enjoying Florida, but I'm like, I'm gonna have to get out and like
get out by April.
Yeah, April, May.
I'm really kind of amazed how quickly we just descended into like complete silliness from how serious we were going for like an hour and 45 minutes.
That's good.
We're good.
You gotta take care of yourself first.
You gotta take care of yourself first.
So I feel like we're at this deciding moment here where either we go farther into silliness or we go farther into this tweet thread.
I think we should go back to the tweet thread.
Okay. Yeah. Can I finish the Debo thought that I had before the bathroom?
Yeah.
Where did I leave off? Does anybody remember?
No, I don't.
I was saying so bad. Okay, we all had a pee, so we all had a loss of concentration.
You were talking about mindfulness.
And the placebo effect.
Yeah, you mentioned
the last thing I remember you saying was that he was a little bit vague about mindfulness compared to other things.
Okay. Well, because
the guy who wrote the article.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I think
he wrote a book.
And I was saying the Buddhist quote about the mind makes a terrible master, but it makes a great slave. And so that has to deal with like our mind and what our attention is. Our attention is on like our rumination and thought. And like if we let our mind control like our present, stuck in the past, or we get stuck in the future and we're not in the present, then like then it affects our mind, right? Like that's what it's all based off of. And I think that like our minds are really, really powerful. And I think that that's like when I'm having these conversations with people where I'm realizing we're all kind of saying similar things. Oftentimes what we're talking about is like based around like this collective unconscious and like the power of mind. Or like I personally had this segue. I personally had this powerful experience recently where I had surgery, and I came this 5-hour surgery, and the doctor, I told the nurse as I was coming out of anesthesia, I was like, I want to go camping in a week. And she was like, that's not going to fucking happen. And then she called the doctor and tattled on me like, this bitch wants to fucking go
camping. What a bitch.
So
that's so mean.
I want to go camping. Like, you guys know me. If I can live in the woods, I'm like, I gotta go camping. So I took all these supplements, but I also meditated every day, and I would meditate for like an hour or two every day, and I would do like biohacking where I would focus on trying to like lower my inflammation. And then I showed up like 5 days after surgery, and dude was like, like, what the fuck? His exact words were, "You're special." Like, I'm not even trying to brag, because this is just the power of mind.
What kind of biohacking
Like,
did you
you're
do?
special. I did this meditation. I would do these Tara Brach meditations where Tara Brach has you like do body sensing. So I would like get really sucked into the body sensing, and I would do that, and then I would just like think about the cells, because I had a breast reduction. So I would think about like the cells in my chest, and I would think about the inflammation, and I would think about like moving it with my mind. And so I show up, and he's like, "You're special." Because he's like, normally people after that kind of surgery call 10 times in a week and complaining. And I just walked in. Normally they have to like help people into chairs. I'm just like sitting down. And then he like goes to like look at me, and he's just kind of like, his mind's so blown. He's like, "What did you do?" And I was like, "Supplements, and I meditated away. I meditated my inflammation away." And he said, "I believe it." He said, "I believe it."
Meditation is really powerful.
Did you say Tara Brach? BROC?
Visualization. BRACH. I looked her up too.
BRACH.
BRACH.
Like the camp.
Yeah, I
Oh,
want to check that out.
So then, and then he was like, "So we're not going camping this weekend, are we?" And I was like, "Come on, Doc, you already said, like, come on." He was like, "Okay, you can go camping, but don't have camping." So then I went camping. You're not supposed to have sensation. This is like getting a little bit much, but you're not supposed to have sensation in your nipples for 6 months, if ever. After
Wow.
6 months, if ever, no nipple sensation. I had it a week later.
Wow. Meditated on meditation.
So the placebo effect relates to that, because we never talk about the placebo effect is the power of our brains. Like that.
Yeah.
There is something to that.
That's magic.
But meditation and visualization are studied to be really powerful in so many ways, and healing is one of them.
Well, and specific focus too, like focused attention on something can also be very good, especially for like healing and like pain reduction and stuff.
It makes sense, like, to have that your body would, like, you know, that you would have the power to direct your body. But it's not something that we've really ever, you know, it's not really a Western culture thing.
I think we're too distracted to
Also, we're too materialistic.
yeah.
Our attention.
Always look for a way, a solution.
And also,
outside,
there's
right?
a real divide between the brain and the mind and the body in our culture, which is not really real, but it's something that we think is real.
That one is huge. And I think it's kind of planned, personally. I think that it's a control mechanism. If what they taught in school, you know, and I guess in
it's
school they're
intentional.
starting to teach some things, but I think
Yeah.
part of it is intentional, because if we do have power, if we use our power with our minds, then we're gonna usurp them. That's why this dude in the Twitter thread's like, "Fucking get mindful."
What was the last thing you said? You kind of cut out for a second.
I said that if we do have power over our minds, like use the power of thought, that we're gonna usurp the kings.
Oh, usurp, yeah.
Usurp.
Makes sense. That does
how
make
that
a lot of
happens.
sense.
I mean, I think that, yeah, the thing about this Twitter thread to me is really the focus on attention being like our biggest resource and our most like powerful one. And I don't think he addresses specifically what you're talking about, but I think that it's absolutely true that like our attention, where we put it, is going to be so powerful, and multiple people putting their attention together is going to be so powerful. We just have to do it. You know, like we have to start putting our attention in these places.
You know, that's interesting, because I wasn't really thinking about that, but taking it from like the personal, you know, focusing on healing your body to the political or universal, trying to heal our culture or the world, it does make a lot of sense that.
What were you saying
So,
earlier about like the universal? You were talking about the universal consciousness and how you were talking like relating it to pheromones and like just how
Oh.
like we don't know the ways in which that like our thoughts are like.
Yeah, we were just talking about, what were we talking about? We're talking about communication and how you were kind of saying how like everybody you talk to kind of has the same idea, even though they don't know each other, obviously. And I think we kind of went into the idea of like even the pyramids and like how the pyramids were on opposite sides of the world and like at the same period of time, but they weren't in communication. And just like thinking about like how,
it reminds me of something else.
well, we were talking about how like there's the idea that like pheromones are like something that we understand as like like a non, like it's a communication, not verbal, and thinking just like I don't know, just being silly and curious and thinking like maybe pheromones are this like
'Cause we don't know.
collective
Huh,
conscious thing, like maybe,
interesting.
you know, it was just
Imagine what the pandemic is doing doing
Oh
about
my
that, and how we're all jumbled and confused and
Oh
have
my
no.
god,
like right.
the pandemic totally
Actually,
affected.
And some people lost their sense of smell.
yeah, smell and taste go. Yeah,
Yeah. It's just
it's
But also, like, I think that's interesting because there are like large scale weather patterns and stuff that take the air from like an air and moisture from like the Amazon rainforest and like take it all the way to the other side of the world.
Oh
Like,
yeah, oh that shit's so good.
like, and if you're bringing out this like same idea that like, these like chemical signals that we like send out, like those can be carried on the air, like that these, that's a really interesting idea.
It reminds me of something, but I don't remember what. So it
Are you
sounds dumb, but like some important technology was developed in multiple places.
I mean, there are
At
so
the
many
same time.
examples of it.
Instances of that.
Oh,
So
interesting.
many instances.
Calculus was invented in like two places almost at the exact same time.
Wow. What?
yeah.
I've
that was
always
pretty
been really
cool.
curious about that because, like, why does that happen?
No, isn't it? Yeah, like inventions. A lot of inventions that
Cubism.
happen.
I think
Another thing,
Go ahead.
and I mean, maybe this is confirmation bias, but I invented this character called Wink that's like an eyeball with a body. I invented this character a long time ago, but like over the past year, I've just been seeing so many people doing eyeballs with body characters. It's really annoying because I developed that
The
character
residence mascot was
because
an
nobody
eyeball.
else did it, and like I didn't see it anywhere else.
Yeah.
I made one time I was falling asleep, and I got the image of a person with a light bulb for a head, but it was like specific. It was like wearing a brown suit and had a light bulb for a head. I have since seen that image in multiple places. Not just like it's somebody wearing, it's like a person wearing a suit. Not necessarily, I think one was brown, but had a bow tie instead of like a long tie. And like, but I took a picture of one. I saw it. I painted it. I painted my image in 2012. In 2014, I saw it in a gallery in Vancouver, Canada. And before that, I saw it someplace else on like somebody's like Bandcamp page,
Yeah.
like or
I think
something.
that happened with the pyramids too, like in Egypt and in South America,
Yeah.
simultaneous, and they had no idea
Bringing it around.
each other were doing it.
I think, yeah, like as an artist, I used to always get pissed because I would show people some of my work and then they'd be like, oh, this reminds me of blah, blah, blah. And then I get,
Yeah, that's annoying.
dang it, gets.
Right.
And now I'm like, awesome. Like, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're connected.
Yeah.
There's this have you guys seen Waking Life?
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
I think I've seen part of it.
So there's the part
I
with.
love the soundtrack. I listen to the soundtrack.
Mm. Oh, I should listen to
I
it.
didn't-
The Tosca Tango Orchestra.
Oh yeah, that is a great soundtrack.
Yeah.
There's this scene with the couple from Before Sunrise, and they talk about this experiment done with crossword puzzles, where they gave people crossword puzzles on like one Monday, and then they gave people the crossword puzzles like the next week, and the people who did the crossword puzzles on the day that the crossword came out, or the people who did the crossword on the week after it came out, did better than the people that did it the day that it came out, and they're
Yeah.
like that because of the collective.
Dinner?
Sure, yeah. I'll have a little food. I'm gonna stay out here though, but thanks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see.
I'll be
Bye,
right.
Wayne.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go.
Good to meet you.
Wow, it was so great to have you here. It was such a
Grab
nice surprise.
Yeah.
You
Have a
are
good night.
you're welcome back anytime.
Cool. Thanks. I'll get the information from
Yeah,
Jess.
yeah.
Cool. All right. The monk out.
Sweet.
Bye.
That's really interesting. I love the concept of the collective unconscious, and I think it would be really interesting to know more about it, and like how
Yeah.
real it is and how it
I've
works.
never heard of the pheromone part of it. That
Yeah.
really,
Yeah, I
I
think
think
it
that's so interesting.
was just, or
They
that
would-
we were just
They've been trying to teach us that the way we smell is bad, and that we need to cover it up for the longest time.
Right.
And like maybe there's something that we're losing there. I don't know.
That's funny because right now I have been thinking that I smell bad.
Yeah, I was gonna hop in a shower right after this, and I'm like, But I
That's like a thing
like-
in like maintaining a society.
What is?
Like, some level of personal hygiene.
I have to go pee again.
But
I'll
it's
join you on a
interesting.
pee break. I'll go pee.
You're going
Like I
to
kind of half have to pee.
Wow, I thought I had to pee a lot more than people.
I try to drink a gallon of water a day. It'll make you pee a lot. Say I pee once an hour.
I think you just have to drink until your pee is like a little bit yellow but mostly clear, and that's how you know you're drinking enough water.
Yeah, you should be able to read a book through it. I've heard.
I mean, if you can't read a book through your pee, something is very wrong.
Yeah, that's probably pretty stinky pee.
Like even if you're extremely dehydrated, you can still probably read a book through your pee. So
Is that
Yeah.
why people keep books in their bathrooms?
That's exactly why. That's the only reason.
that's funny because the other day my copy of the Tao Te Ching fell in the toilet.
Oh no,
The
Yeah,
Tao
it's
always
not too
tries
bad.
to find the lowest point.
that's true. That's wonderfully put, Garbanzo.
How was it?
It was good.
Good.
Felt good. Were you guys still talking about hygiene?
Oh,
We were talking about pee.
Yeah, I got into pee. We're just
Oh,
talking about pee.
I will say that
Favorite-
one thing that I was thinking.
the twit, the tits.
I don't know. I was going to say that when I lived on a farm and I was eating farm fresh vegetables every day, and that was most of what my diet was, I did not smell as much. But once I was back into the world and was eating a lot of processed foods again, I started smelling a lot more.
Huh, that's
Believe it.
interesting.
I believe it.
I feel like I have to smell because I eat a lot of broccoli and garlic.
Yeah, I eat a lot of raw garlic.
I eat a lot of raw broccoli, but I don't eat a lot of raw garlic.
Yeah, I mean, garlic is just kind of smelly.
But it smells good.
It's
So-
good for you. It's good for your cardiovascular system. That's why I do it.
And it's good for your taste buds and your immune system.
Yes.
I prefer raw ginger.
Ginger too. Ginger works right. Yeah.
Maybe
Even though
if you
it's
eat both of them, it would be even better.
yeah,
I
it's
don't
not-
think you have to eat the garlic raw though. I think you can like I used to eat raw garlic, but then my mom said, that would really burn, which it
It's
didn't.
got some kind of acid in it that's supposed to be good for you. I forget the name of it. It's hard
I
to
think you can put it in the microwave for like 15 seconds and it would still probably be equally good, but not as harsh.
I don't have a microwave, but
I have
That's
two right
nice.
now because I got this gigantic one for free on Craigslist, but
nice.
it's way too big. Like my apartment has almost no shelf space or counter space. It's really bad. Like I have like a tiny sliver of counter next to my sink, and that's it. So I found this other smaller microwave next to the road, and I got it. But I still have the other one because I have to figure out how to give it to somebody or something.
Garbanzo,
It's called
meditate?
Alice. What?
Do you meditate?
Yeah, I like it. It's good. Do you?
Tell me about your meditation practice. Because no pressure.
It varies. I think mindfulness is the biggest part of it, and it's attached to yoga. So stretching and breathing and just being in the moment. And then, yeah, I've got a host of mental health shit that I'm dealing with. So it helps with that a lot to just sit and stare at a wall.
Is that how you do it?
Sometimes it's just sitting and paying attention to your breath and your posture and that kind of thing. It's been helping me get out of a hole lately.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing.
Yeah.
What's your practice like?
What kind of breath do you focus on?
Depends on what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to wake up, I'll do really fast breathing. And then do a breath retention at the end of it and let it out. And yeah, just wakes you up, gets you focused. But if I'm trying to go to sleep, really long exhalations, paired with breath retention, like.
I meditate almost every day.
You do? How do you meditate, Max?
I do a lot of guided meditations. For a long time, I mostly did like kind of like a TM, transcendental meditation, like repeating a mantra over and over. But I haven't really been doing that too much. I do it very occasionally now, but I find guided meditations to be really helpful because it helps me focus. It brings me back because having somebody talking. Also, like last month or the month before, I found this really good diaphragmatic breathing meditation that has really helped me a lot because before I really didn't know how to diaphragmatically breathe. Like I just never my body is like not good at doing it naturally by itself. So I would try to focus on my breath and stuff.
Well, you're talking about like our disconnection from mind and body. I feel like we don't realize how we're breathing at all. That's why these breathing practices are so great.
Yeah, they're really helpful.
That's why I like yoga so much as a form of meditation.
I do yoga.
Very hard to let your mind wander when you're standing on one foot or balancing on your head. Like,
you'd be surprised.
What I've been doing lately is spinning in circles. And it's something that I've been doing for many years, but it kind of lapsed and I got back into it. So I'll spin for 15 minutes in one direction
15 minutes?
and then wind myself down and then like not fall over and then go 15 minutes in the other direction.
What the fuck?
And I'm throwing my hat, so I have to be able to find my hat. That's how I know that I'm not dizzy.
You've-
Like I have to find my hat or else I lose my hat.
Can you show us the hat?
What?
Show us the hat that you find?
Yeah.
Do you, when you do it, are you, when you're like winding yourself down, are you like staying in the same direction but just slowing your?
Yeah, you start
Okay.
slow, work up until you're spinning like a top and everything becomes like a straight line. Everything starts to whirl. I think you did it with me in Montana.
Yeah. Well, just
I've
because
gotten much better at it.
through
Is the hat
through the experience that when we were doing it a bunch,
Sasquatch?
I
Spinning hat.
I remember learning well how to just counteract like being very dizzy by just turning in the other direction a little bit.
I haven't tried that one.
Yeah, it works really well, actually. It's really surprising. You can be going for a long time in one direction, and then you just spin a bit in the other direction, and you're suddenly back at equilibrium again.
I'll try that next time. I just found a new park to do it at. It's called Gates Park, and it's like a 10-minute walk, but it's just basically an empty field, so nobody messes with you. Just spin around the field.
Nice.
You look like a lunatic. I just
Like,
know.
I found it really hard to look at like a lunatic, guys. It's great.
And it looks like a dog was trying to dig a hole where you start it. But it's okay.
So instead of your hat, you're looking for where the dog dug the hole.
Well, that's where you know you're spinning. But it takes like I usually drift like 20 or 25 feet to where I really find my equilibrium, and then I stay in it. It kind of probably, I haven't really tracked it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it moves in like the golden section. It takes you a while to get over to it and then into the zone.
Oh, so you go outer into inner as you're spinning.
The reason I like it is like
spinning spot. I was just
you lose consciousness on what you're doing, you fall down. Like it's very like you'll wobble out of control. But
I think that
try this tomorrow.
might make me feel sick.
It does at first.
I think I get dizzy pretty easily. Like I don't even like swinging on a swing at a playground.
You know, I've actually heard something kind of interesting about this. I'm not going to be able to get all of the information about it, but that there's something where anxiety and like that equilibrium thing like get connected, where like anxiety kind of like screws it up, but like getting into that like where you're messing with your equilibrium, like swings and stuff, can also like in some ways help bring you out of it. But I don't really have enough information that I would go based on what I said.
That's really interesting.
It calms autistic people.
Yeah.
So, tutor for an autistic girl, part of her routine was in the morning we would have her swing on a swing, and there's this interaction with the swinging that soothed her. Like I can't remember the science behind it, but the person who worked with her before me was a occupational therapist, and there was like a clear connection between autism and swinging and swings.
That's so interesting.
Because I remember there was a long period where I really did not like swinging, but now I'm fine with it again. Like, but it was through like I don't know, like it took a while to like get back to that, and it took also like messing with my equilibrium and like finding ways that like worked. Like I don't know, like I started getting into Tai Chi and everything, where like it's, you know, you're using your balance and stuff, but you're also like, I always like testing where my balance was. And once I started doing that, I think I kind of got back into like, oh, I can go on a swing and it's not uncomfortable for me anymore.
Hmm.
I was just doing my first paper, or my first public speech for my public speaking class, and it was about synesthesia. And when I was researching it, I realized that there's a connection between autism and synesthesia. Like that's been being researched for years.
What is synesthesia again?
Cross chatter between different parts of your brain. So two people could get the same kind of stimuli, but it would activate different parts of their brain when they get a PET scan.
So like when people who listen to music see color.
Yeah. But it gets weirder than that. Like people hear a certain sound and taste a certain flavor. Like every time they meet somebody whose name ends in, they taste noodles, like something like that. Or if you hear frogs chirping, you get really itchy. Like that. Like there's a lot of like weird cross chatter.
And the smell of Subway. Subway fucks me up.
I don't think anybody can. Whenever you eat there, it tastes like that smell.
What smell?
That's one of the worst smells.
Subway smell, the way a Subway restaurant smells.
That's so weird. It is really gross. Why is that?
It's like a middle school locker room.
That smell like sticks to the inside of my nose.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
I mean, I will say from having a roommate at one point who worked at Subway, none of those vegetables are fresh.
I wouldn't imagine.
So
did they bring the smell home with them?
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
exactly what I'm thinking, garbanzo. Dan, I want the viewers to know about your meditation mindfulness practice.
I will say that it varies, but I would say the most effective thing that I have found for myself is bringing myself into the present moment, and just sitting and trying to get aware of my thoughts and any thought that comes into my mind, thinking about whether it's about the past, present, or future, and then just labeling it as such. And at first it had to do with like, if it's in the past, there's nothing I can do about it right now, and so I just have to let it go. And if it's in the future, it's not here yet. I'm in this moment right here. But now I can just say past and future. And just by taking everyone, it's like things coming at you and you just kind of let them drop, and then another one drop, and eventually there's less things coming at you. And bringing myself into the present moment like that is by far the most effective thing that I've found. To just, I don't know, to be aware and in my life, and to feel good and like feel like I have power in any moment, like, because I'm bringing all of my attention back into that moment, which you can't do anything except for in the moment that you're in, you know. And it just kind of clears out a lot of thoughts. Sometimes I wonder if like it ends up avoiding like things about the future, but like in that moment it's very important because like I'm just sitting, you know, like I'm sitting here meditating. I don't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's it's where your attention's at.
Right.
And your attention's at in the present. And I think that we're trained so much as humans to be in the past or to be in the future, and to constantly be going back and forth of like ruminating on the past or ruminating on the future. And so to be in the present and like stop. And that's why it's like, yeah, mindfulness or meditation, whenever you can just be like this fucking moment is great. We're all fucking on the Twitch show. Just
I mean, like, even like, Twitter, not like this is great, but like just that I am here right now. Like like one of my favorite like mindfulness things is with Ellen Langer, who wrote one of like the first books on mindfulness in a Western context. Like she wrote that like mindfulness is just the act of noticing things. So her suggestion was really just look around yourself right now and notice 5 things.
You know what? That reminds me of something that you guys were both looking at the same direction at the same time. And looking at something together. Anyway, something that I kind of like stumbled upon that I think is really interesting was like how when you're thinking about not thinking about something, it's impossible because you keep thinking about it. So then I was like thinking, don't pay attention to this moment. And I found that was very good at keeping me actually paying attention to it.
I think I got lost in what you just said.
No, it's like if somebody says elephant, you think about an elephant.
No, like if somebody says, don't think about an elephant, then you automatically think about an elephant.
I guess that's what I meant.
So I think that was like the example that I read. And then I was thinking about like trying to be mindful and pay attention to the moment. So I was like, what if I try telling myself not to be mindful and thinking and not paying attention to the moment? And I found
Don't pay attention to the moment.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much what it was. And
Can
just
you
like
imagine a drill instructor at a Buddhist monastery as a skit? Have you attained enlightenment yet?
I think that it is a very interesting thing to try, and I found that it was a lot more effective than telling myself to pay attention to the moment.
Well, I think that's interesting. It's like there should be different forms of meditation for different personality types. I'm sure there are like different kinds that work better for different people.
Yeah, for sure.
So maybe you need something like that.
I don't know. I haven't really done it too much.
That's perfect.
All right, everyone. Don't do it.
Don't pay attention to this at all.
Do not be mindful. Do not pay attention to your breath.
How you're feeling in your body, get rid of.
Do not.
No, you can't tell
think
someone
about
what.
your body. Do not
Just
think about.
curl up. Just let your posture go.
You gotta tell them what not to do, not what to do.
Are you back?
You have such nice lighting now.
I have a response, but real quick, I want to give you guys a tour of my tiny house, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah. Here,
Oh yeah.
Let's put you at the top here.
That text is in front of.
Yeah, I'll take it down.
This thing, you can't get wood like this anymore. Look at my little table, and then my bed. See that? And then here's the little kitchen. Look at this beautiful little quilt.
Than I do.
Made by somebody's great-great-grandma.
Oh, that's nice.
Are you renting this tiny house?
Oop. And then there's
This
is
do
the
you live here
bathroom.
permanent? Or are you renting it?
No, just a month. But then there's this bathroom with these windows that look like a garden.
You're kind of like you're forcing a little bit.
Shower.
Oh, nice.
But it's like the perfect amount of space for me. I fucking love this place and this wood.
Yeah,
All this
I would
gorgeous
live in
wood.
one of those in a heartbeat.
I'm in heaven. This is Utopia. This is what Utopia looks like to me.
I stayed in
I'm
a
like,
place
I just need
that
a
was
tiny.
about
If
that
I
size.
Hmm?
I-
Oh, and it's so
I
tiny
stayed in
that
a-
you can still hear the birds.
That's nice. I've been listening to birds on YouTube a lot.
What kind of bird?
Just like a like a forest or something that was recorded, nothing specific.
Dan, do you remember Burke Jam? Did you meet Burke Jam? Sorry, Hot.
There was too much noise. I couldn't hear you.
Max, you might have met him too. Burke Jam.
Burke Down?
Burke Jam.
Maybe.
He was a forest firefighter. He broke his back. It was like he went to grad school with me, but his whole thing is recording nature sounds pretty much. But like with really high quality microphones and stuff.
I think you might have told me about him.
You might like to seek out some of his recordings if you've been listening to that.
Yeah, I would.
I'll send you some. It's pretty cool.
Please do. I would find that great.
Garbanzo, did you get to see the animation that I made for this episode?
I don't think I did.
Hot the Cat, would you mind?
I
showing
don't know if I can. I can
Was it
try.
on Instagram? I only saw a poster. I saw like just a poster.
There is also a video.
I might be able to look it up
on Instagram. I am not sure if I can.
No worries about it.
Generally, that kind of file doesn't work to share in the way that I usually do. I might be able to do it through Instagram.
But can I just look it up?
How did I share it last time? Because last time I shared my Instagram. Last time I was able to share my Instagram, right?
Yeah, you probably could. You're not on a computer though, are you? Wow,
I just see posters on the Instagram.
One of them should be a
Was it in the
video.
story?
I think one of them is a video.
Oh yeah, look at that! Holy shit!
Check out the.
Wait, it was like.
Oh, but I do want to share it to the show.
Yeah.
I can try. I don't know if I am signed into my Instagram. Oh, I am. Okay.
What program did you use for this? It looks really good. I'm
Okay.
watching it on my phone.
Just because you're into graphic design. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, okay.
This is probably not good for the show for me to be doing it this way, but
I can play it.
Oh, I used InShot, which InShot I like because it.
What's that?
I've never heard of
it's really easy to use. My marketing friend recommended it to me, and I've been using it, and it's free, and you also get pretty cool free music. Like the video I showed you guys last time and this one, both was like music that I got from there, and then you just give them credit, which is pretty cool because I can get access
does
to
it
cool
work
music.
on Apple and Android? Like, can you?
I'm not sure. I have it on Apple.
Okay, I that's my computer, so that'll be. I really like that design. It's the balance
Thanks.
and everything.
So I use I'm really into image trace, and then I just edit the images with I'll edit images with image trace.
That's cool.
I never knew your real name.
It's a new name.
It's a new name?
need a remix of music.
That was great. I really like that. You get such good figure ground reversal, like where you can't tell if the white's on the black or the black's on the white. And it kind of goes
Mhm.
very well with the message. Like the way you use that technique kind of pairs with what is being said.
Thank
Kudos.
you.
That was
Thank
really
you.
great.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. That means a lot because we were talking about graphic design, so I was interested in your feedback. Yeah. Thank you.
Where do you have more stuff online anywhere that people can find?
I've been slowly posting more on Instagram, and then I can send you my naturopath's website if you want.
Yeah, I'm curious.
And then I
see
need
what
to
you're doing
build out
with natural.
a new website. I have an old website, but my website a couple years ago.
I haven't updated my website since I lived in Florida. I really got to get after that. It's been a while. It's been too long.
Let's look at each other's
No.
website.
Yeah.
What's your website?
You can, but you'll see a much younger picture of me on it. It's
That'll be fun.
Let's
But I
do
have
that.
to remove
Let's
the
do that. That's so fun.
like. There's like a little tag on the top that says "made with the free version of Spark" or something that I have to remove. But other than that, I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty proud of it.
Max, do you want to volunteer to go first? Your website?
Okay, yeah, sure. It's maxoakland.com.
This is the spark that I needed to update my website. So
Yeah.
thank you for causing this chain of events.
Yeah.
Oh, should I just share my screen?
I got it.
Okay.
I guess I'll.
Good. It's up to date.
Well, I just made it.
I like the header. Yeah.
Yeah. I like
yeah,
the
I
color.
spent kind of a lot of time on it. And I made
It's
it
got
so
a very
Yeah, I
LA
like the
feel. You've given it that kind of
Mhm.
palette.
Mhm.
Oh, really? That's cool.
And I like how the color scheme is playing it throughout.
Yeah. Goes right into videos.
Okay.
Man, there's some kind of a problem though. There's not supposed to be that black.
It's
Did
possible
you do this
that
just because you know your website's badass and that we have
No, but I am pretty proud of it. It kind of looks like shadows, but they're not supposed to be there.
I think mine might still say I'm married. Like, I haven't-
Fun.
let's check out this
Snap for
about
divorce.
page.
Oh, good.
Snap,
good
snap.
Yeah,
about-
it's all on the
divorce,
same
eh?
page.
What are you driving there? Or are you
I'm not
driving?
driving. I was in the back of a van. holding onto a seatbelt. There's supposed to be like a box behind bio that's light to make that text easier to read.
Huh.
So it's not really showing up very well on your web browser.
This is Chrome. I haven't
Oh.
updated it in a while, but probably. But
What do you use to build yours, and how much do they charge?
I use Spark, and the reason it says made with the free version of Spark is because I use the free version of Spark.
Do you have to pay for the domain with that?
Oh yeah, I used Namecheap.com, and there was a 20% discount, so it was like $11.20 or something.
Store.
That's
But-
better than what I pay
but
on Squarespace.
It's hosted on a free.
Oh, you got the
website.
Yeah, go to
vinyl?
posters and merch.
Yeah, I told you about that.
Yeah.
Click on it. Show off my vinyl.
I heard this one first.
That's exactly the right thing to click on because the vinyl is on the right side.
Oh yeah, that's true. Poster.
On the top.
I like that Max Olden Waves of Gold. Did you
Yeah,
design
that's
that?
what-
That's cool. I like the way that those
Yeah,
letters are.
okay.
I like the purple,
That's hot.
the purple and the A going over the
That's
O
like really sexy.
and the yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Look,
everything
look,
about that is like
look.
really sexy. I'm jealous about that. That's some hot shit right there.
Hey,
You're killing it with that. You should have
Yeah,
that
it's
for
like
the
stained
website.
glass.
You should have
That's
that
pretty
be the
cool.
header of the website. Like that shit's really
Oh, you have
hot.
it in different colors too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That's really cool.
This one.
No, that should be the header of the website. That's really good.
appreciate it. Yeah, I like messing around with different color schemes and stuff when I do.
Ooh.
Usually make a few different alternatives.
Pretty cool. Mm-hmm. The vinyl.
That's the tape.
No.
Oh, actually, I guess they go to the same one. If you scroll down, it should show you the vinyl, and then you can click on it there. Yeah, it's a real physical vinyl that you can buy for real and have. See, look.
It's pretty badass.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Looks really
Pretty
nice.
badass.
That's really awesome.
I want to hear your music too.
Yeah, you should listen to my music. It's pretty amazing.
It's pretty great. I really like that one that you just sent me, Max. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's the next era. I have to release my acoustic version of Power Lines first, which I'm working on. And then I'm going to start my next era with When the Water Comes. So I'm excited about that because I think it's way better. But I still like
I
it.
heard somebody might be doing a really cool collage for it, but I don't want to say anything about it yet.
Yeah,
I heard something.
keep it a teaser.
Speaking of, maybe we should.
Okay, is it your website next, Garbanzo, or is it my website next?
Mine is so out of date that I can't really like. It's hilarious. how
Mine's so out of date. Mine's so out of date too. Let's just do it. Let's go send her to shame together. I'll go first. I'll make it
This is
easier.
gonna shame me into doing it if you want.
All
Let's
right,
do it
so what's
shame
your-
together. Okay, mine's
What's yours?
jessicagorse.com.
Jessica.
Wilder's a new last name I'm taking on. Gorse is my
Oh,
stepdad, who I haven't talked
This
to
is like being
2
in
years.
class.
So I'm
Like you kind of hope that you
Huh?
get called first. It's like being in class. You kind of hope you get called first, so you just get out of the way. But at the same time, you also want to class because it prevents the.
no, I feel what you're saying.
I think that's actually where I got the tendency.
I haven't looked at
to
mine in a
listen
long time,
first.
guys.
Ooh,
Mine's minimal as
It's
fuck.
minimalist.
it works though. It looks
It
beautiful.
does, yeah.
And only 2 things.
Yeah,
on
there's
this
only
first
2
page.
projects. So then you click on one of the projects. Ooh, click on the B one because the B one relates. Well, they actually both relate to our conversation. So
Click on
click
both
on
of
both of
them.
them. There's Bloom or there's Fusion Vision. Do you want me to read it out loud?
What is that?
The field of futures is an emerging field, and some propose that one day we will study the future as much or more than we study history. It is imperative for businesses and designers to envision the different forms that the future may take as a way to remain relevant and lucrative. In the spring of 2017, I was able to study under Dr. Stuart Candy, a leading futurist, and developed Fusion Vision. Fusion Vision is an exercise in world building being a structural way of forecasting possible futures. The project of Fusion Vision is 2-parted. The first part being the academic and detailed study of developing what a possible future world would look like on a detailed level. The second part being a diegetic documentary film from the future. The idea is that the film would be made in the future, not about the future, and would be sent back to us.
What is
And then these are like the materials that Diegenic is like when you're watching a movie and there's like a newscast that takes place they show a newscast. It's like a form of reality in the future or in the world that you're building.
Yeah, that's cool.
You want to watch that video? Watch the video. Can you play that YouTube? You scroll up. One of my first animations. Oh, there's music.
All ye little dwellers, come gather round near. I'll tell you a story about how we got here. You may be tired of working and sowing all your seeds. Covered up in dirt on your hands, feet, and knees. You've heard of the synthetic time long ago. You may wonder why things change, and now's the time you know.
Ooh.
People lost their way. Just go back to the bulls and first we lost the trees, and the dogs too. But what will change?
Oh no!
I think my computer's trying to do too many things at once. Let me try to stop my camera.
Came together, changed their ways. Now we all work together, represents a new day.
That was fantastic.
I like the corn person.
It was based off my ex-wife. She looks like corn. She loved corn. She looked kind of like corn. And she was a singer. She sang the song. But yeah, that was off of Futuring, which is very related to this episode.
Very much.
Yeah.
And it was envisioning a positive future. So that was based off the class we were talking about earlier. So it really fits. And then Bloom was a thing on mindfulness. So this was a calendar that I created. And the photos of that are like ugly. Oh, really? I fucking hate that. My professor just really made me turn it really minimal. But if you scroll down, the earlier iterations of it, I like the earlier iterations more. That's where it was like showcase at blah, blah, blah design show. The first one, those iterations with those leaves was great. So it was an idea of where it was a calendar, which each day was a flower petal. And so you would you would turn over the flower petal, and then by the end of the year you would have like a flower that forms. So it was like this idea of mindfulness is that like rather than time passing and it being something that's like lost, it's something that's like gained, and it like forms into a flower.
That's really cool.
Both of those are like very topical to this episode.
Yeah.
Totally, you're like,
I like
why
that
is Jessica
balance.
talking about this in this episode? This is exactly why. Huh?
Check out the about page.
Oh,
Old
Jessica,
picture
they're
of you.
bioplastics. Jessica, they're
Oh, I
bioplastics.
remember that.
Mhm.
What are bioplastics?
So like regular synthetic plastics are made from oil, runoffs, and bioplastics are made from regenerative resources oftentimes. So they can be made from like seaweeds, and then they can also be made from starches. So they can be made from corn, they can be made from potato. They can also be made from chitin, which is found in shrimp shells or bug shells.
Isn't
And
that
so,
what hair is made out of?
Hmm?
Isn't that what hair is made out of?
hair is made out of chitin? I've never heard that hair is made out of
Maybe
chitin in
wrong
my
about
research.
I'm probably wrong then.
I feel like if it was made out of chitin, I probably would have heard that.
Yeah, I think so.
So a few years ago, I was making bioplastics out of food waste that were made to regenerate soil. So as the bioplastics naturally biodegraded into soil, they would act as compost and like add nutrients to soil as they biodegraded.
I like that idea. Like,
Yeah,
rather
that's-
than being neutral or bad, it's actually good. That's cool.
Have you heard of the, like, you know, when you get like a stereo or a DVD and they have like styrofoam packaging that forms around the product?
The mushroom ones?
Heard about the mycelium that they're growing in those shapes
Yeah,
instead?
no, those ones. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
so
no, that
cool.
shit's fucking hot. That shit's great. I love that.
Love
No, I love that shit.
It's
I
so
actually
similar.
recently found a mushroom. Yeah, no, it's really similar work. Material research is something that I really, really love. I got really heavily into it, and then because of capitalism, had to get out because I did that project in a research grant at school, and then I got taken up into the entrepreneur world, which is just ripping capitalism, and I thought that I could exist within capitalism if it was gonna like make it for the better. I was like, whatever, I'll fucking make $1 million company if you fucking want me to, if it fucking makes the world better. And like, but it crunched me. It fucking me. Like at one point I was doing like pitch competitions. Are you guys familiar with pitch competition? It's just like this. It's so steeped in capitalism. And I was
Like
trying to like
America's
engage with the
Next
devil.
Top Business.
Is it like Shark Tanky?
Yeah, it's like Shark
a
Tank.
bunch of
I was
people
You
come
were
Shark
trying
Tank.
to
So
engage
yeah,
with
so
what?
yeah. And so do you know like, and I was talking about this with Hot the Cat recently about how do we engage about like our stories in a way that isn't talking about bragging. I want to like engage with this story with you guys without sounding like I'm bragging. I'm gonna experiment with it. But so I got sucked into this entrepreneur world coming out of school, and I got into it's like a think tank. What's the term for it? I'm forgetting the term for it. An incubation lab. I was in an incubation lab, which is like what entrepreneurs enter into. And like the incubation lab was it's like a startup lab put on by Charles Adler, who's like he was like the designer of Kickstarter. And so at one point I was like pitching in front of Elon Musk's brother. Elon Musk's brother's super into like community garden and shit. And so I was like doing all these like pitches and like raising all these like capital and trying to fucking save the world. And then it like fucking destroyed my soul. It like fucking killed me because I was I had this idea
And then they wanted me to get all these patents. That was a big problem. So they wanted me to get all these patents, and patents are just like control capital and knowledge and like everything that I like have come to realize that I am against. And I was trying to like help the world in a way that I just realized was ultimately capitalist, and it stressed me out. And it also, I just had to deal with so much like macho bullshit of, it was such a fucking hard fight. And so I've kind of gotten out of material research because I couldn't hack it.
Huh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I want to learn more about
But
bio-
mushrooms,
Please let me know
mushrooms,
more about
I found mushrooms. I found a mushroom in, because I still do material research. It's just not for money anymore. But I found a mushroom in Ohio that looks like a piece of wood. It like has bark like wood. It has rings like wood. It's growing completely like wood off of wood. It's like totally mimicking wood. And I've never heard anybody talk about this. And we're having like a lumber crisis, and we're talking about like all this wood. I'm like, what if we grow this fucking mushroom as a
Yeah.
replacement to wood?
That would be
So
so
I think there's
interesting.
something to this mushroom.
If you could make a 2x4 as strong and grow it faster, like you have to, if it's a faster growing mushroom.
Mushroom is so hard. This mushroom is rock hard. It's crazy. Fucking, I don't even know what it's called. I'm so in love with this mushroom.
You need to do more research on that. That could help.
Yeah.
That could really help.
Yeah,
If it
mushroom's
doesn't
hot.
rot, you have to see how long it takes for it to rot. That's the only thing I would be concerned about.
No, it just dried out. It
For,
just
like,
kind of
pallets,
petrified. It almost got
Can you imagine making pallets out of it? Like to ship things? The amount of waste that goes into making those.
It's also super light.
Really good.
It's very light.
That
It's
would be
a
a
really
good
brilliant
thing to
material.
have
I'm very
to
excited
start.
about this mushroom.
Because it doesn't have to be really refined wood to be a pallet. It just has to be strong.
Do you know its name? The name
No,
of
I
this
haven't figured out its name. It's some kind of
Oh, you got to take it to an
no, it's some
expert
kind
or-
of shelf mushroom. It's a shelf mushroom. It's a shelf mushroom. It's because it's from Ohio, and I have a mushroom book, but I tried identifying it, but it was a specific one from this region in Ohio. It's really cool, though. I could show it to you
gotta
if
go
you
to,
wanted.
the professors at the schools there, the
Ooh,
mycology
that's nice.
professor at the
Mm.
school there, and ask them if they've seen it. And they know what it is.
Do you want to hear a really weird synchronicity story?
Of course.
I was telling my friend how I was really into mushrooms, and I'm just gonna tell you, he sent me a podcast about mushrooms by this doctor of mushrooms, and the doctor of mushrooms was from La Crosse, Wisconsin, where I hunted the most mushrooms I've hunted all over the country. There was all these crazy amount of mushrooms in La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's where this professor who was on the podcast was from. Like, next time I go to La Crosse, I gotta fucking meet this dude because I have connections to La Crosse. I love La Crosse, and I'm gonna bring him that mushroom if I haven't already previously identified it.
What kind
Figure
of
it out.
mushrooms did you get in La Crosse? What
There
were you
was like
foraging?
lilac mushrooms, which are rare. There was like
never
lilac
heard-
mushrooms, which are rare. There's some lilac mushrooms that are edible. So I was doing spore prints because there's only like 2 or 3 kinds of lilac mushrooms in that area. And if you do a spore print, do you know what a spore print is?
I do. Oh, they're beautiful.
Maybe
They're lilac.
explain it for people who are watching but might not know.
They're beautiful. A spore print is
Like
where
the
you
print of a
take the
mushroom.
mushroom cap.
Yeah.
You take the mushroom cap and you leave it on 2 pieces of paper, like a black piece of paper and a white piece of paper, and you cover it with glass overnight. And then the spores fall onto the paper and they leave a print. and then it'll leave the print of the color. So if it's on a white piece of paper, if the spores are like black or brown, it'll show up. And if it's on a black piece of paper, if the spores are like white or lilac or yellow or whatever, it'll show up. And oftentimes you identify mushrooms by the color of the spores or by the shapes of the spores. So there's oftentimes when you're trying to decide between whether or not this mushroom is poisonous or not, and it's just down to the spore identification. So there was like lilac mushrooms, and there were some that were edible, but the ones I got, the spores made it so it wasn't edible. And then I found coral mushrooms, which are like, some of them are very inedible, and it was very risky for me to eat them, but oh, was it delicious. They were like, tasted like pepper. They looked like coral and tasted like pepper. They were delicious.
Oh.
And there was these boletes. Boletes are the ones that have like smooth, or instead of gills on the underside, they have like smooth sponge-like. That's what makes it a bolete. So like porcinis are a common bolete mushroom that people know about. But the boletes I found were red, and then as you crack them open, the moment you crack them and you divide them, they turn bright blue, like an indigo blue.
Cool.
And that means poisonous as fuck. There's a lot of really cool mushrooms on the
Yeah, it's a
Mushrooms are
fascinating
so
world.
I like to draw mushrooms and include them in my video games a lot. Also, Garbanzo, it's time for you to show us your website.
I don't have the power to do
Yeah,
that.
can I go to the bathroom and then can I go to the bathroom and then we bring it up? I want to see.
Of course.
Sure.
You're not missing anything. I haven't updated
No.
it in so long.
You're missing stuff. It looks. You have so much nice art on there.
Don't forget, you can show it. It's michaelgeorgehansen.com.
I know.
It's
I
like
already
the
have it pulled up.
fossil
I
of the
pulled that one
website.
up first.
Oh,
Which one?
I pulled yours up first because I have yours favorited on my.
Oh, somebody has my website favorited.
It's bookmarked.
Oh,
maybe more people would go to it if you updated it more.
yeah. I am lazy and busy. It's hard to be busy and lazy.
Understandable. Maybe you could get some kind of like, I mean, I know you could. There's like a widget you can get that will show your Instagram page on your website, and that way it will be updated whenever you update your Instagram page.
It's just so much easier to update Instagram than it is.
Yeah, so if you update your website with a widget, then every time you update your Instagram, your website will be updated.
Oh, that's a good idea. I might try that.
I love these
This is my favorite
photographs.
one on your website.
There are different menus to different
These are
things.
great.
Oh, I think I just.
It's
clicked on
old. This is all
illustration.
very old. That's illustrations from a kid's book that I did. And I
Oh, this
don't
one.
think it's ever going to do anything ever.
Wow, these illustrations are great.
Interesting.
These are awesome. Wow, I love these.
Thank
These
you.
are really cool.
That was 10 years ago.
These are awesome.
That was 11 years ago. 12 years ago. That was a long time ago. His name is Tope Tarrington, and his friend's name is me. And
What
he'd
is this
never
friend's
seen a
name?
rainbow before.
Great.
So he goes
Stop,
running
you're
after-
way too humble. This website's already great.
I really haven't touched it in a while.
Okay, let's see. What else you want to check out?
Go to any of the things. You're good.
Experiments, 2007, 2013.
Experiments is an interesting one. That's from Montana. You'll remember all of them. That's you.
Yeah, that's me.
I should be there.
I think you are.
Let's find out.
I just showed, like, it was just one picture. I took so many pictures of that fucking hole. That was so. We all had some good conversations.
What is the story with the hole?
It was a giant yoga prop.
I don't know what the
that
hole's
was-
about.
It was a giant yoga prop that we were digging on a ranch in Montana.
guys are such a bunch of fucking hippies digging holes for yoga props.
I
What
will
the
say,
fuck?
I will say that I don't know if I knew that it was a yoga prop. I think one of the appeals for it to me was that there was no apparent purpose to it, but there was like so much activity. You were going out there like so often and just digging, and you just needed people to come help you dig. But like, I didn't know what it was for, but
I'm
that
glad-
had
That's
an
really
appeal to it.
weird. Why didn't you know?
How is it a prop for yoga?
Oh, you just lie. Like each of the shapes is designed to help you, like support you in a posture and move
You
your
were
blood
also
around.
going to try to get it covered with moss.
Which
weren't you?
postures?
Yeah, and it also framed the sky and stuff. But then I just filled it back in,
Why?
and it became very meditative. To just like, that's a tree that I rubbed with
It's
a beet.
ephemeral.
To rub the birch trees with beets. That was a
Why
lot
did
of
you
fun.
fill it back in?
I don't know.
Oh, you colored them with like beet juice?
Yeah, no, just a
I
beet.
think I
You
helped
cut
you
a
do
beet in
that
half,
too.
and then you rub the beet on the bark, and it turns
On
it
the
pink.
birch tree, and that's what made it. Whoa, dude, garbanzo, that's fucking hot. I love
It
it.
fades away, and it doesn't hurt
No,
the tree.
that's so good. You just need explanations for. I just need to know that. You just need to write that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
help
You
the
could put like a
website.
picture next to it that has text or something.
Or a video of how it happened.
Yeah, that's
That
really
would be
cool.
hard. Video would be really
No, that's amazing. That looks so. That looks so cool. I love that.
I remember doing that with you at night.
Yes. And you both helped me collect sap for those.
Oh yeah.
I remember this sap.
Oh, I remember that. I
Na,
forgot.
na, 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 na.
Wow, I helped you with a ton of art projects that I didn't really remember except for the hole.
The mirror on the ground too, I think you both helped me with.
How did I help you with that?
Trying to make concrete. Or maybe was that you that helped me with that?
What's that one?
I was trying to put these everywhere so that the sky was reflected on the ground when you walked by.
That's a fun idea. I don't remember helping you with that one.
And how did you do it?
I remember that idea. I can't remember if I entirely helped you or not, but I remember you talking about it,
like
for sure.
It actually
polished
looks
stainless steel.
photoshopped.
I wanted to put it between cracks and sidewalks.
Ah, interesting.
Like to fill up the crack, but I realized it would be very slippery.
It's polished
and it might
what? Stainless steel?
Polished steel. But
it totally looks like you just put the clouds in a leaf hole. Like it looks like an edited photo. That's polished steel. That's really cool.
That's a picture of a physical thing that was there. Briefly.
That's really cool. You need descriptions. That's all it's missing. That's really cool.
I don't do that
That's
kind
great.
of work anymore. That I kind of abandoned it.
Those were the experiments. I know that this is a favorite period of mine.
Oh,
These
that's
are some
Montana.
really, really good pieces. I love this one. It's so hard to picture.
That lives in Florida now.
It's so hard to imagine what this was, because that was like a physical 3D object. That wasn't just like this, an image. Here, I'm going to quickly bring this up because it shows it as a physical object. It's one of my favorite pieces of garbanzos.
Things used to fall out of it when we had to move it around. I remember that.
How big was it?
Like 3
I'll show you.
feet or so. Yeah.
This was, it was that big.
That lives in Florida at the moment.
I used it for an early.
In Florida, can I go
Someone
visit
uses
it?
my two winters.
Can I visit while I'm in Florida?
If you want, you don't want to go to Orlando for any reason. It's not a good idea.
Oh yeah, I have been trying to avoid Orlando. It's true.
It's really something.
No reason to
I
go.
love Florida, but I've been trying to avoid Orlando.
It's a bad place that nobody needs to go. The land forgot about it.
I love that we actually made this transition where we're showing our artwork because a tweet said that
It's
we'll
kinda
never run out of things to do.
Yeah.
And
One of
close
the-
art is one of those things that mentioned.
Yeah.
One of the real struggles, I think this is probably true for, in some ways, all of your, but I think maybe less to an extent for Max's art, because Max, you're making art that is sort of specific to digital spaces, but
That's true.
like that piece is was a very physical one. This next one here, like the first one in this line, is like, what is it, 4 feet by 4 feet or something?
Square. So it's
Yeah.
like it's 5 feet, like a diamond, something like that.
I love the
Five feet by
second
5
one.
feet.
The second one looks like bark.
That one lives in Atlanta.
The second one looks like bark to me.
Great. That's on carpet.
You should film videos of these and like
It's on
put it in
carpet.
Zoom if you click on it or something. Because then people
It's
could
beautiful.
get a view of the
Beautiful.
textures.
Yeah, these.
I love it.
These
No, this
are
shit's
so
really
good.
hot. I'm not even just
If
saying
you-
that. It's really beautiful shit.
Jess,
Thank
if
you.
you make it back to Missoula sometime, you could go and see this this one in the middle here.
Cancer.
Yeah.
That one's called Cancer.
That one is in a place
cool.
that you could definitely go see.
And what are their cool?
These are all from that time. This is years ago.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
let's
they're
go to your
also great.
bio. I want to see your bio now.
It's me from that time period.
Check out the
Just a
about.
picture.
Yeah, I look much different.
Is there anything other than a picture?
Let me.
Yeah, there's stuff on there, I think.
I just wanted to. Oh, you give your phone number.
Wow, that's very. Wait a second. Michael George Hansen at Instagram.com. What is that?
That's my Instagram.
You can't get an email address from Instagram.
Oh, how do I do that?
You type at Michael George Hansen or Instagram.com/Michael George Hansen.
Oh.
So funny.
Oh, maybe if
That
I did
is
that, it would
so-
be better.
People just been emailing this email that doesn't exist for all these years. Maybe you've had all these inquiries. You have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you also gave this other email that
I
think is-
still have a wife according to my biography, so I really have to change that.
That sucks. Scott. How long have you been divorced? Can I ask how long have you been divorced?
Officially, I don't know, 6 months? No, officially in December.
Cool.
I don't know.
December was
December.
only like 2 months
I got
ago.
officially divorced
That
in
was the
October.
officially. And then it
Wow,
was
you guys both got divorced really recently.
August.
Cheers. Let's cheers. You have a mug there. There you go. Cheers. Celebration. Cheers to your divorce. Somebody told my
Congratulations.
ex-wife, she
It's
said,
so much
I'm getting
better.
divorced. My ex-wife said, I'm getting divorced. And her friend was like, congratulations. And we were both like, that's a great response.
The right response, usually.
Mhm.
Huh?
It's a good response, for sure. Usually it's
It's
the
a
right
good
one.
response.
I don't have a website.
Can I show you
to
guys
share.
something I'm working on?
Yeah.
Mm.
Dan, you don't have a website? I
Who?
mean, hi.
The closest I can get is the Hot the Cat Bandcamp.
There's some
Well,
good
you can
This is
show
your
us that.
website. This whole show is your website.
Yeah.
You can show us the design of your Bandcamp.
You have 30 episodes. We're on the 30th episode right now. That's
something-
amazing. When I saw that, I was like, 30 episodes, dude.
Yeah, and especially considering like, I don't know, a good third of them are like 4 hours long.
Yeah.
No one is ever gonna watch that.
So that's 120 hours.
No, that's like a third of the episode.
And we took a
That's
couple
like
of weeks off.
That's like
Some
40
weeks off.
hours.
It's been a
Now you're converting it to capitalism. Just teasing. Sorry.
Okay.
I like it.
Well, here's the light bulb head. That was
That's
the,
I pulled.
Cool.
that
That's
I was
the thing
trying
you were
to find
talking
my
about.
picture of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the thing you were talking about earlier.
yeah. And then also, there's some of actually 2 of these are Michael George Hansen art
Garbanzo.
pieces.
That's a garbanzo in the purple.
Yeah, both of these.
That's cool.
I love the mask. Do you,
2 of them are yours and 2 of them are his.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
like
true.
the mask.
I really
Oh,
love.
Dan, is that one of your self-portraits? Is that one of your
Yes.
yearly self-portraits?
Yeah.
I
Actually-
love your yearly self-portraits.
What
You need to have
actually-
a website where you have your yearly self-portraits up.
Yeah,
I love your yearly self-portraits.
Yeah.
Especially
maybe we
the
can
birthday
talk about this,
self-portraits. I fucking love that.
at a different time, because I am actually interested in making a website, especially seeing all of yours. But this one, like the actual portrait that I made is I made that one in 2013 when I lived with Max, and also was at the same time that I met Garbanzo, and it's just a black and white image. There was no color used in it at all. But that house, the front door, had a stained glass rose. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, wow, how
Stained
fun!
glass rose.
That's so funny. Sorry.
The stained glass rose comes back.
Yeah. Garbanzo and I have been trying for a little while. We're trying to meet in our dreams at a stained glass rose, but it turns out that the house that we met at had a stained glass rose in the window, and the light would come through it, and so I put my portrait.
Did you
down
guys
on the
not,
ground,
when you were deciding to
and I
meet in the
pictured.
dream? When you were
Yeah,
trying to
we
meet
didn't-
in the dream, do you not remember that you guys lived in a house with a stained glass? Rose?
No. No.
Maybe that's where we were supposed to go.
Yeah,
You
no,
forgot
let's
that?
totally try that. Yeah, let's definitely try that because
And this
it
painting
hasn't
relates.
really worked.
I like that
Can I
you
come
chose
to the dream
take
world?
that.
I've always wanted to meet people in dreams.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is welcome to meet at the Stained Glass Rose.
For the park.
I went
or the
to-
stained
I went-
glass rose?
Yeah, if you want to go to the park, also, that's a
Try
good
to meet
place
at the
go.
park.
Which park?
The park.
The
The
park.
park.
Yeah.
The park.
It, however it appears to you, but it'll be right. You'll find it.
Yeah, you can definitely. It's a place that you can find.
It's a huge park with a lot of different facets. There's a lot going on. So.
So I have 2 things to say.
I love that you guys have been
One,
trying to meet
I
dreams.
like that you took it through that light. It looks cool. And also,
Yeah.
why did you decide to call that album Untitled?
Because at first I called it Hot the Cat, but I didn't. So when I made it, I just I put I didn't put a title. I just put Hot the Cat, and then I had a listing of the tracks, and so I didn't decide on a title exactly. I called it Hot the Cat for a while because I just figured, oh, maybe it's like a self-titled thing. But I think I thought of that project sort of as an art piece in a lot of ways, like where it wasn't like just an album. It also felt like an art piece that I was making. And so I wanted to kind of honor that by calling it like untitled, like you would call it something like an art piece untitled. I don't know. Just
How do you think that thinking of it as an art piece, not just music, is different from your other music?
because that is by far the most like experimental in terms of like sounds that I was making at that time. It's like a real mess. It sounds pretty awful in a lot of ways. But
I like that album.
there's also some sounds on there that I
I
am
continue to like.
the most proud of any like sounds that I have made.
Yeah, there's some cool things on it.
Like I approached it with such an interesting way, and I recorded it on with a 4-track or a 2-track, I think, on a tape that already had something on it, and I was experimenting with ways of recording where I was also including the other side of the other track. So it was like it came in like as backward noises of the like previous tracks that were recorded on there, which was also a project that I was involved with, the Rubber Duck Sparkies.
That's I like that name.
You recorded over that?
Yeah, I recorded over that. So there's little bits of that, especially little things that are like backwards and stuff. Yeah, it's like a really interesting like I was using not just like songwriting, but also the recording process as part of my creative process, which I know is something that you, Max, have worked with. And I think also like, I'm going to probably bring up something that is not well known, but, and I don't know if you want it known necessarily, but your recording contest stuff where you did like some birds, the reason that I loved that so much was that you were using the recording process as part of like how you recorded things was how it was like part of what made those songs what they were. And that's how it was for me making that first album.
Yeah. I think
I still have my copy. I was trying to find it, so
Oh, that's fun.
show everybody.
I don't even know.
I tried to share your stuff like on Instagram, and it wouldn't let me. I couldn't figure out how to do it.
No, that's weird.
Like if I wanted to, how could I do it?
I don't know how to do it on Instagram. I don't get Instagram. It doesn't make any sense.
Unfortunately, like it really helps in the artwork. Like you can, like I've sold paintings off of there. Like
Yeah, I don't think
I gotta be on it.
I'm not entirely sure that Instagram is that good for music. But
Probably
also,
not.
I just don't get it.
For it.
But I've gone to shows based on things that I've seen. Like, oh, my friend's playing here. I'm gonna go see their show.
That's cool. I'm gonna play since we're all like sharing some little bits of art. I want to play this one song. It's only 2 minutes long. Wow, I forgot some of the songs on this. That's funny.
What'd you forget?
I forgot the song "Lazy Days." I forgot that was a song that I wrote.
I like that you did the kitchen a few different times.
I've included
As a song.
I've included something about the kitchen on every album that I've done.
It's 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Can you hear
1
this?
minute and 23 seconds.
I gotta eat. There is something I am looking for to find. I hope you don't mind me. I have to find it on my own.
So good.
Oh, hold me with hope. Oh, souls and tired bones. Oh, yeah, you're worried. You are coming home. I appreciate every little thing you've done for me. I hope you understand now I am on my own. Oh, maybe we hope. We're so clear in your mind. Oh, you're gonna find.
What year was
The
that
song,
one?
that song is Utopia. That song's Utopia. You brought it all back.
That was
Back. That song.
two,
Hold me to hope.
2012.
Did you hear the echo on it?
That was before Missoula. That was my New York year.
That was my right after I
Were you
moved
in
to Missoula.
Chicago still?
No,
What? Oh, right after?
Yeah, it was in a big house in Missoula, Montana. I moved to Missoula in the end of 2011. But like that, the sound of that, like that, like kind of like keeps just being in the background, is one of my proudest recording things.
So good. It's so good.
That was what I didn't have a song written and then recorded it. I found that noise and then wrote a song like because I was so excited about that noise.
No, it's a great sound. I love it. No, it's a beautiful. Dan, I've never heard that before. Or Hoth, I can't. I've never heard that before, and I really love
Yeah,
it.
you should
I
check
also
out
love
my
it because it
music.
sounds like Utopia to me. Hold me. It's like a cuddle blanket of hope. It's good.
Did you notice the echo?
What?
I could hear like an
that we
echo.
talk to each other all the time, and this is the first time we've ever really taken to appreciate each other's work.
Hmm.
I mean, as a group, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of
And
nice.
we're talking about
Right.
end of
That is-
capitalism and finding our purpose and where our attention is. The episode ends and us all sharing our work and our purpose together.
That's a good point and a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was an echo because like a microphone was picking it up or something, but it sounded cool.
I don't know how it wasn't from my end, but you know, it's not a big deal. I'm glad it sounded cool.
I thought it sounded cool with the echo. And you could only hear it on your vocals too, which was interesting.
Interesting. Well, I don't know. Go ahead, Jess.
I'm wondering if I can circle it back to the tweets really quick again.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe
There's
we
a
should.
past time.
I think maybe we should start winding down, but I think the idea of us maybe each like kind of like going to a last tweet before we go would be really nice. And kind of, I mean, we can kind of like talk about it a little bit, but like mostly just kind of like each of us kind of go to a tweet. Garbanzo, I know you're not quite as familiar, so you could, I don't know, pick a number or something.
Can I read a passage from the Tao instead?
Oh, wonderful. Yes, of course. I would say that is an evergreen hot show rule that you can, if there's anything that you would like just like to replace with a passage from the Tao Te Ching, always welcome.
I think that was my first episode, was when we talked about the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah, that was really nice.
And I
We
just
all
got my
Hold our
first copy.
copy, right?
That was the first time that Jess and Max.
That was the
you
first
met.
time I came.
And I just dropped
Which,
that.
so
copy on the Twitter.
I had told you guys I wanted to come up with I was thinking about, so when I was coming up with the animation for this episode, it's like an advertisement, right? Because it's like a TV show, which is weird when you're talking about marketing and you're talking about capitalism, right? You're talking about
Yeah, but nobody's
conversations
making money on this.
Right.
Definitely not.
But you're trying to find people's attention. So,
Right.
and I
know,
was
I
thinking about
Like the friendship of it.
Huh?
Go
you like
on.
the friendship of it.
Just
Yeah. So when
hanging out.
I came up
I don't-
with the animation that was like about the tweet threads, and we're gonna discuss. And then I was like, what do I actually tell people about the cat show, like the hot show, to actually make people want to join? And I was like thinking about, I met this guy recently here in Florida. He's from Chicago. He's from like River North. Super software salesman, capitalist, and he just did not have an idea for my lifestyle. Like everything I was telling him just blew his mind. And he like asked me questions like, well, how do you get your mail? What do you do for health insurance? Like it just like blew his mind how I was living this way. And one of the things he asked me was, well, don't you get lonely? And I find solitude. There was a period a couple months ago where I was like, I don't get lonely. And then I got really lonely and I was like, that sucks. But for the most part, I haven't gotten lonely. I've just found solitude. And I think part of the reason why I don't find loneliness is because I meet all these people that I talk to and I meet that I was telling you about. But I think part of it is the hot show. Like on Thursdays when I'm on the road and I like need to be hanging out with people and I'm like craving community, I can show up here. And like when I show up here, it's like super magical and crazy and fun shit happens and it's really cool. And like that's what I wanted. Like that's why I was like, how do I capture videos from here, share it with people? Is that I wanted to like capture that because that's what's really cool to me.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, that really warms my heart. That's to me the
It deserves applause.
there are two essences to what the hot show is to me. One of them is just having a community like this, and the other is that we people get to just try stuff and share stuff and like this whole thing's a crazy mess, so it's okay if you like fail sometimes, but like you get to just like try it, and everyone's really supportive of that, and it's like really fun. So I'm really glad that you feel that. It makes me really happy, and I'm so glad that you keep coming back.
I do. It's great. It's a beautiful space. It's a beautiful space.
That's really nice. I feel like this is a great moment to deflect away from the hot show as a thing, and let's do our last tweets. Does Jess, did you have one that you were ready with?
Okay, let me see. Hold on a second.
Max, do you have one that you're ready?
Let me pull it. I'm trying to pull it up.
It's not a tweet. It's from the book.
Okay. Jess, are you
Ooh.
going to go?
No, Max, go first.
Okay.
To achieve collective progress through increased individual freedoms, we must establish a set of values that include critical inquiry, democracy, and responsibility. These values ensure that the benefits of the knowledge loop accrue broadly to humanity and extend to other species. They are central to a renewed humanism, which in turn has an objective basis in the existence and power of human knowledge. Reasserting humanism is especially critical at the time when we are coming close to creating transhumans through genetic engineering and augmentation, as well as neo-humans through artificial intelligence. And there's a lot there. One of the things that I thought was especially important was values, a set of values. And like, you can't just create values. You know, you can't just make people have values. But these are important values, and I think about a lot how to encourage good values in our culture, because I don't think our culture has good values. And also, I think humanism is really important and lacking in our society. I think that our society has more of like a technism than humanism. Like we value technology more than people.
Your resources are goods, yeah, in general.
People don't seem to value people quite enough, I guess. And at the same time, they only care about people.
That's a good point. Like it's focused in the wrong ways.
Yeah.
Like people don't care enough about people, but they only think about people.
All right.
Try to be really nice to everyone.
I like our attention.
Yeah.
It's
like, Jess, are you ready?
Or it's like what Garbanzo was saying about just being nice to your coworker.
Or just straight hold the door open, smile at people. Even with masks, you can smile with your eyes, you know.
Just
You can tell if somebody's smiling.
Yeah, no, that's one thing that I've been really learning about traveling is just engaging with people. Engage with every person that you can. And then like be open to being engaged by every person who wants to engage with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like a liminal space that you enter when you're traveling that's really hard to like exist in when you're in the regular day world where like you can't engage with people in the same way.
Yeah.
I learned a little bit about it, oddly enough. Like I get to experience it working at a grocery store. Just like talking to customers and stuff. Hey, what's going on? No, I'm just not some guy that's here. I'm a real person. Well, let's have a little talk real quick. It's fun.
I feel like I try really hard to avoid engaging with
It's like you get to travel while you're at work.
A little bit. I don't know. I work at more of like a neighborhood store, so I see a lot of the same people. So you kind of just like build up a little bit of a rapport with them. You can just hang out. What was your last thing? Your quote.
My tweet?
The tweet.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to go, let me see. I was going to go back to the mindfulness one because I'm just obsessed with it. And I'm going to call, and I also didn't get to talk about my mindfulness practice, and I'm still learning to not talk about myself. But then I went back to the tweets and I found this one that I hadn't really thought about before, where it's at 43, where it says, our attention is readily hijacked by systems designed to exploit these evolutionary ingrained features of our brains. Number 43, our attention is readily hijacked by systems designed to exploit these evolutionary ingrained features of our brain. I think I hadn't thought about that one before, and it just popped out to me now. And I think that one's really powerful because when I was living in Chicago, I had like PTSD up the wazoo, and I was hustling. Oh boy, was I hustling. Like, living paycheck to paycheck and just fucking working all these fucking jobs, just fucking trying to get by and living under like so many threats, like living under like the financial threats, living under the physical threats of the city, living under like, I always like, I think back to the city and I'm like, oh, it's just like fucking concrete and steel. Like, what were you doing there, girl? And let me go back to the tweet so I don't lose my train of thought. It says, our attention is readily hijacked. Okay. So when I had PTSD, when I first engaged with mindfulness, I had this therapist for a few years who was really fucking awesome. She was like a trauma therapist, and she was always trying to get me to be mindful, always trying to get me to meditate. And I couldn't do it. And Hot the Cat, you mentioned in your mindfulness practice of like coming up with 5 things that you notice, like taste, smell, sounds, whatever. And she told me that, and she was trying to get me to mindfulness, and I was trying to do it because I was fucking dying. I was like literally physically dying with my PTSD and fibromyalgia caused by my PTSD. I was dying. And I was trying to like meditate on this bus. I remember one time I was like, gotta listen to Lou. That was my therapist's name. Gotta listen to Lou. Think of 5 things. And I was sitting on this bus and I was like, okay, I gotta come up with a smell. And then I like smelled and it smelled like urine. And I was like, I gotta come up with a sight. And I like just saw like fucking poverty out the fucking window. Like just fucking horrible capitalistic fucking poverty, That was a sight. And then the sounds were just like these mechanical, awful sounds. And it was just like everything, all the 5 ones that I could come up with were just making it worse. And let me go back to the tweet. Oh, did I lose it? Oh shit. I accidentally out the window. But it's like your brain is hijacked. And so I think that's why like hugging the tree, getting to nature, mindfulness practices are like so important because it's like you're hijacked. And people recently like have been asking me about my mindfulness practice, and I think it's similar to like the activist practice, right? Like people always ask me, so do you meditate every day? It's like this thing. If you meditate every day, it's like work, right? It's like I remember when self-care first came out, I was a big into self-care, but then self-care became work. Like it all enters into this capitalism realm. And mindfulness and meditation, I feel like when people are like, do you meditate every day? How long do you meditate for? Are you mindful? Whatever. And what I learned was that like in the city, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was trying to like do those 5 things and I was fucking dying. And then now I've been meditating and living mindfully for like 2 years, and it's shifting everything for me. Like it's like I fucking healed my body. I had surgery 3 weeks ago. Like, now it's like shifting things. And I don't, it's like each day I try to find when can I be present, like you're saying, Dan. So it's like sometimes I'm like laying down in bed or and I'm laying in a hammock and I'm like, I'm meditating now. And I'm like Max, like I'm listening to guided meditations, or I'm doing my own meditation practices, or I'm doing like breathing exercises like you're talking about, Garbanzo, or trying to be in the present like you were talking about, Hot the Cat. And I think, yeah, like it's just, sometimes it's just the moments of being in the present, and then sometimes it's the moments of being in the present and savoring them. Sometimes it's in the moments of like being in the past or the present, or past or the future, and not having judgment about it and just being like, that's where your mind is and that's okay. But like the more that I do it, the more my life is changing, where like all of these things are happening that I can't explain. Like me being in this spot right now, like I was telling you guys, I'm like in the secret garden. Like Wayne showed up to this episode. I just met them yesterday. Like they just showed up, like literally on my doorstep. And like this gentleman, Carl, just showed up on my doorstep, who's like feeding me books on the subjects that we're talking about. It's just like feeding me academic books where I've been like, I need to be in school, but I don't want to be in school. But now I'm like in school. Like I've like tapped into this whole other space. And I don't know why I'm just rambling, but I think that if we engage in the present and we engage in mindfulness, and we engage in like positivity and utopia and like whatever we want, like I never let myself do that in Chicago because I couldn't, because I was so, it was too hard and I was sick and I was trapped. And now shit's just really cool.
I really relate to your experience of Chicago. That is kind of how it felt for me and how I remember it.
Yeah.
10
Being in the
years.
present way is a good thing.
10 years, bro.
I want to. I'd really like to. I want to point out a tweet that is right before the tweet that you just said, and I don't want it to be like, because I want to identify something else for my own tweet, but I do want to point out this one because it also, like, we were all kind of excited about this one, and it never came up today, and it's number 41. Our brains evolved in an environment where seeing a cat meant there was a cat. Now the internet can show us an infinity of cats. We can thus be forever distracted. And that's like, and what the one
That's
that
actually
you chose.
one that I remembered. I'm sorry, like I really remembered that because of the illustration that went, like I came in later in the episode, but during the animation, that one really stuck with me. It was
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I mean, like it really hits something. I think that's really like, it's kind of silly and touches on this thing about the internet. And I think the tweet that you chose, Jess, is such.
No, you're really linking it.
It's
Thank
a
you. You're
response.
bringing it home. Yeah.
Like that is such a great response to this like thing that I think we all experience about the internet, that the internet is showing us an infinity of cats. Like it's so easy to be distracted by, and it's built in a way, but our bodies are built in a way that it can be distracted by those things, and it's being hijacked by those like systems that are designed to exploit that like evolutionary thing. It's really
well,
a
do you
great.
know about Dan? Are you familiar with, or sorry, Hot the Cat? Are you familiar with what? Are you familiar with neuroplasticity?
Yeah.
I'm sure you are. So, like, for the viewers, neuroplasticity is like retraining your brain where you have these pathways. They're just like they just like keep going down the same pathways, and so that's like what you dig deep, and then you can like retrain your brain to go down different neuroplasticities. But I think that that's also kind of what it's saying, is that like when we're developed for nature, we're developed to be in like these environments that are like safe, and then there's like threats that come in and out. But when we live in these cities, there's just like constantly all these threats, or when we're living in social media, there's just all these ways that we can be constantly distracted, and like our brains aren't operating the way that they're supposed to, and that's why
social
we have
media
all this
companies-
but we can
and
like
social media-
we can have the power to retrain our brains too.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Also, social media companies like study how they can get us to keep scrolling so they can get more engagement. So they purposely try to make it more distracting and addictive.
Yeah. I was scrolling
Pretty
on
insidious.
Yeah, it is.
What?
It is very insidious.
Yeah.
And I was scrolling on a Scrolly website the other day, and they
Scrolling on a scrolly website.
Yeah.
Scrolling on a scrolly website.
and somebody posted just a picture of the like molecule structure of dopamine or something, and said, "You found the dopamine molecule. You can stop now." And I thought it was one of the best things that I've seen on social media in a long time.
Yeah, I like that.
No, it's so good. That's so good. I love that.
Because that's exactly, they study to know how to hit so that you will get enough of that you'll keep doing it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah,
pretty
no, it's out of control. It's out of control.
Yeah. I
If
guess
you want to, if you want to do good in this world,
world for real.
if you want to do good in this world, be nice to your coworker, like Garbanzo said, and stop scrolling as much as you can.
Which
That's true.
The great irony of this episode is that
We're doing it on Twitch.
No,
well,
that it
not
came
only
from the Twitter thread.
that we're doing it on a Twitter thread. Like this whole thing is a conversation about a Twitter thread.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, if it wasn't a Twitter thread, I wouldn't have been scrolling, and I wouldn't have found it.
Right. Really
Oh,
serious.
so I want to talk about alternative media now. That makes me want to talk about alternative medias with you guys, because I've been nerding out on this shit for a while.
That's
Like
Unfortunately, I
what
think we
I-
are going to have to end this episode soon. I can't keep
We should
doing
talk
this.
about that some other time.
Yes, we could do one about like Adbusters and all that.
Yeah,
Is that what you mean by alternative media?
I don't know. I just like that magazine. You know Adbusters?
Yeah, I know of that. Jess, is that what you mean by alternative media?
No, I've been thinking more about like, so I was a graphic designer for like the Reader in Duluth. It's like the Reader in Chicago, but in Duluth, it's like the alternative newspaper. And so whenever I'm traveling, I pick up the like free newspaper, because there's still all these free newspapers. They're all going extinct. But I think about like, what if we return? Because now at the point we're all reading different news all the time, and that's creating all these different issues. But back in the day, we all used to read similar news. We all used to have like local news, and like what are different forms of media? What does media look like when it's out of social media? Like now it's gotten so dependent on
love
social
to
media.
talk
What does
about
media
that.
look like if there's a rebellion against it?
I would love to talk about that more.
Yes, we should do an episode about that or something.
we can talk about that.
Yeah, I
we
think
can talk
so,
about
too.
doing an episode. We have the next few scheduled out.
Excellent.
Next week we're going to be talking about The Simpsons. Real.
I gotta catch up on The Simpsons.
real 180.
It'll take
from
me a
this
few
in
years,
a
I
certain
think,
way.
because I got up to like 11. They're
Oh,
like,
I would be very surprised if we watched anything after like season 12, if even that late.
It actually gets better at some point.
Yeah,
Make this
I don't
weird
think
Who's the
we're gonna
guest?
I don't know.
the guest is Ethan Kaplan,
That looks like a Dalek.
brother of Ryan, who is a regular, who hasn't been here for a little while. But yeah, we're gonna be chatting about the
Because
Simpsons.
he's been in
If
school. Yeah.
if you're interested in talking about the Simpsons, please stop by. It'll be real silly, I'm sure. Very different feeling than this one. But this has been really wonderful.
Do you want that Dow quote?
I'm going to read mine real quick.
I forgot.
I'm not going to go in.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know that I want to
quote.
go into it too long. But the one that I would like to do, there are so many that I think would be really great. But we've talked about so many different things. But the one that really gets me is the one that Jess, you responded like quoting it back to me almost as soon as I sent it to you, which is 17. Attention is to time as velocity is to speed. Attention is what we direct our minds to during a time period. We cannot go back and change what we paid attention to. If we are poorly prepared for a crisis, it is because of how we have allocated our attention in the past.
I thought that was interesting.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I can repeat it. 17. Attention is to time as velocity is to speed. Attention is what we direct our minds to during a time period. We cannot go back and change what we paid attention to. If we are poorly prepared for a crisis, it is because of how we have allocated our attention in the past. This to me is why we are doing this episode. The ideas in here about how we pay attention to things. And I think, mindfulness comes in a lot to it. And the ways that we imagine our future are so important. But attention is how we get to those things. And I wanted to spend this almost 4 hours at this point talking about this because this is what I have control over where my attention goes to the extent that it isn't being hijacked. And if we aren't talking about this, if we aren't talking about how people can use their attention, then I don't know, what is it that we're doing? Where is my attention at? And my attention could be on this. My attention could be talking about these ideas. And so I wanted to talk about these ideas and bring some really great people on to do that with. And it's been such a pleasure. It's just been a really lovely time. And I just keep coming back to this idea since I've read this of where is my attention at any moment. I still get hijacked sometimes. I've been getting hijacked maybe more lately than some other times in my life. But I am still just kind of, every time I think about it, I just think, this is where my attention is right now. And it's going somewhere. My attention is somewhere right now. I don't know. I'm rambling, and I don't think I necessarily need to
Get it.
ramble on.
That is important, though.
Yeah.
And that kind of is the whole,
Knowing that our attention has a lot of power.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing behind mindfulness, is like focusing your attention and realizing if your attention isn't focused on what you want it to be focused on, and then bring to focus on what you want it to be focused on.
Yeah.
But the important thing is not always being focused on it, it's noticing when you're not focused on it and moving your attention.
Right. But I think it is also, there are some things that it's important to turn our attention to. And I think how we think about our future is an important thing, especially because I think it isn't being given attention in a way that I think is really going to serve us well in the future.
That's true. I haven't seen that topic discussed very much, about how we think about the future.
Future in what have
Can
you
I
been?
can I circle it back a little bit to
Yeah,
earlier
yeah.
conversations? Because at one point we were talking about debating, and Max was talking about debating people online, and then I was talking about how I got into that debate with that person recently, and I hadn't been in a debate recently in a long time, but we were like debating the same thing. And what we were debating about was like race, and this person at one point was like calling me out of like, so what are you doing? Like as an anti-racist, like what are you doing? And at one point I said, like, I read a lot of, like, I'm reading. I didn't even say I'm reading a lot of books. I was like, I'm reading a book by Bell Hooks. I read books by like Black women authors, and I make a point of reading a book by a Black woman author regularly. And she was like, she checked me on that. She was like, but like, what are you doing with that? And like, I engage in conversations, but she was like, you need to be engaging in conversations. And I was like, but you just met me. How do you know that I'm not doing that? But anyways, but I think that it was interesting that she said that like reading wasn't enough, because my attention is, I take a regular time to devote my attention to that.
Right.
And it's like, but we undervalue that, right? Because it's like, what is the action and what is the work behind it?
Mm-hmm.
But part of it
And
is
sometimes
part
you
of the,
do have to
it is
be in that
part of the work
state.
is the attention.
Like, I get her
What?
point, but sometimes you do have to be in that stage of reading and learning.
And part of it is your attention. Like, where is your attention?
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just like reading and learning,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
and devoting your attention to that.
And that is good. You know, it's good to like read and learn sometimes and step back.
Oh yes.
Because like, if you didn't learn stuff, you wouldn't even know how to act.
I mean, because like we were saying, there's like so much fucking shit going on in this fucking world. Like, we can only
Yeah.
do so much at a fucking point. It's exhausting. You know, like back to what Garbanzo said, like, be nice to your coworker. Like, that's a great thing to do. And sometimes for me, it's just like, I'm going to read about, it's like when my attention is focused on reading about climate change, like that is an act of devotion.
Yeah.
And then you know what to do. Or you have a better idea, at least.
Or how to discuss it in those conversations.
True.
Or
But like, if somebody is saying reading isn't enough, you need to be acting. But if you don't read, how are you going to know how to act?
Or why is learning not an action? Yeah.
Yeah, like I agree that, I mean, I don't think that, I think it's just really important to have balance and like move between learning and acting and, you know, growing and all that stuff. And I think maybe if you just read always and didn't do any more than that, maybe that would be a problem. And I'm assuming that's what that woman was assuming, but that's not what I think is at all the case with you. And she didn't really
Thank you.
have any knowledge
Thanks.
of that, you know?
I was like, oh, so you just met me. It's okay.
Yeah, that,
But
you
yeah, I
know,
think our
making
attention.
assumptions about
What are you
people.
choosing to? But what do we choose to read? What do we choose to talk about with people? What is our attention on? And
Yeah.
how does that create change? And how does that relate to mindfulness and the power of the mind and the collective unconscious? You know, it's all related.
I'm curious about the answers to those questions, and I don't think we really have any.
What does
I
the
think-
Tao say? Garbanzo.
Yeah. Before
sorry.
before we do that, I want to just I know that he will never probably ever see this, but I just really want to do a shout out to Albert Wenger for writing this and like inspiring us to just get into all of this, to be talking about it. Like it's so great that this has shifted our attention. And I know it's things that we think about a lot anyway. Like some of
But he
these things-
synthesized them all into like one book or
yeah, and
Twitter
put it
thread that was very focused.
and put it in a way that I think was inspiring and not like despairing us.
Right. Yeah, that too.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's approachable.
So thanks, Albert.
Thanks, Albert.
All right, let's hear
Yeah, that's a really good idea to think.
I just made a weird thing during that
Oh,
conversation.
wonderful.
I'm not sure
It's a
what to make
pyramid.
it. I don't know what's going on in it.
It's a pyramid.
Yeah. Are they coming out or
I feel like
going
we
in?
need to
They're
see
running
that.
out of it.
They're running out of it. Interesting.
Yeah, there's something erupting in there. I don't know what it is.
It's a tornado.
All right, so my words are very easy to understand and easy to practice, yet the world can neither understand nor practice them. My words have only one source, the subtle truth of the universe. My deeds have only one master, the natural virtue of the universe. The people of the world have no knowledge of this. Thus, they have no knowledge of me. The fewer the persons that know me, the nobler are they that follow me. Therefore, the one of whole virtue wears coarse clothes superficially, but holds a precious treasure within.
Mm.
That was number 70. Will the Tao.
Wonderful.
I love the Tao.
Mm.
The back of mine is all marked up.
Mine fell in the toilet. Did I mention that yet?
You did.
Can we see it?
Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. I just put it up and dried it.
How did you air it out?
I just put it up next to the window.
I still want Max to do comedy with that brick wall. Where is the stand up?
It's a little bit like, you know, it was flatter before, but I'm just gonna like iron it or put it under a heavy book, and I think.
Oh, the Stephen Mitchell version.
Yeah, one of like Hot and Jess, don't we all have the same version?
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
one that
I thought
Yeah.
that was
Kat
the thing that.
recommended to me. Yeah.
Well, just so you know, it can survive.
Who's your
falling in a toilet.
translation? Garbanzo, what translation is that?
It's by I wrote over it.
Okay, I have to
That's
go
the
now. I
Taoist
need to go to
thing
bed.
that could happen.
Wait.
That was the hat. Sure, thank y'all for coming down. That was the hat. Sure, thank y'all for sticking around. I hope you had some fun, 'cause now the show's done. So go on, get out of here. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.